Well, it appears that there's a anniversary celebration, 2 years since the Blessed Mother's return to Sanctuary, here in Diablo 4. So there's like XP bonuses and things going on. How cool is that? How cool is that, eh? I am ready. Hello.
Hello.
Who's on? Nobody. This is Torment 3, and I just entered this world. We got the world boss in half an hour. I will be doing that. So in the meantime, we'll do the Apparition Incursion. Here in Torment 3, I am a weak guy. You know, I could do Torment 2 for a little bit. Let's do Torment 2 for a little bit. I just unlocked Torment 3. No, I'll do Torment 3. I'll do Torment 3. Whatever. Way down here in the corner? That's kind of crazy. I don't know if there's actually time, but there probably is. We have 3 minutes. Get down to the corner. Well, everybody, it's Season 8, and the whole purpose of this season is to kill these bosses across the map and get their powers and level up those powers. Belial's back. And he's creating illusions of these different bosses. These apparitions. You're looking for the Apparition Incursion. You know which enemies are the apparitions because they are this lime green color. It's not that they're poison or anything. That's just the way that they're colored. Previous seasons they had like a shadowy thing. The game tells you what sort of damage they have when you look at them. When you mouse over them. Kinda obvious. I got 3 minutes. I'm not really trying to kill these guys. I'm trying to get all the way across right here. I'm checking out the mini-map as I'm going. And hello. And once I get there, I'll be looting everything. So now, here we go. Click on this betraying eyeball, and then Shazam. See, that guy right here, he's green, but he has this lightning icon. He had lightning damage. It's just the color of apparition magic that they've decided. There's only so many colors in the rainbow, and you're gonna have repeats. Ooh, multiple goblins. Is that because of the current blessing? I think it is. Oh boy, Mother's Blessing. And there's extra rewards, the Tree of Whispers, I believe. I'll get that in a bit. I don't want to lose this goblin. Where is he? Come on. I might have lost him. I'll go back. Here we go. I got the Spectral Ash. The Spectral Energy. I saw a pair of treasure goblins. Right there. I lost one of them. The Odious Ector. There we go. Gonna go all the way around over here. Beautiful. And now we have a greater apparition. A little mini boss. It's some bird dude. He provides the power. I've already gotten the power. I've already maxed out most of these boss powers now. It doesn't take that long to work on one character here per season. The issue is working on multiple characters. And the goal is to max out all the characters every season. You know? You start with one, that's your main, and then you spend the rest of the time making new characters with all these materials in stockpile, you know? It's great making a new character when you already have a ton of gold and materials to craft and reroll and whatever. You know? Right around the corner. This eyeball, I click on it and kaboom. More bad guys. Once I'm a bit stronger, I can keep on moving, but I just entered Torment 3 here, so it's a bit tough. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Here are my stats right now. My attack power is between 159,000, 124, 91,000, 101, 155, 179, 155, 172, 155. That whole thing. And whenever my war cry comes online, it, you know, boosts a bit higher. Oh, that being said, I didn't even take my stuff here. There, now. 184, 11,000. I didn't take my incense and my elixir when I first started the stream. Oh no. Oh, sweet Molly. Oh, sweet Molly. And heal. Okay. Oh, good God. A bunch of gems. It's a long-term grind for the gems. You have to have 100,000 gem fragments to make the best gem. It's a big push. And the gems drop in batches of 100 or 200. Something like that. 200. Of course, more higher difficulties. Up to Torment 4. This game doesn't have, like, infinite difficulties. You know? And bada boom. And now Belial's going to be showing up. This is just a shadow of Belial. It's not the real Belial. He's in a cave somewhere. And the boss fight is very similar to Diablo 3. Right there. Watching his health. So my goal here with my build is to generate a ton of resources. And if I go over 100% with the resources, I generate these ore nodes that explode. These orange nodes right here. Oh boy. And we have a world boss in 18 minutes. I'm heading to the other apparition incursion. Hopefully there's other players there. There's a Legion event in the Helltide. Let's see if I can catch up to that. There is an achievement here to do a bunch of stuff in Torment 3. Now I've entered Torment 3. And part of those achievements include doing stuff in the Helltide. Well, not so much an achievement, but like the seasonal progress where you unlock things. Like the pet and other banners and titles and Whatever. I'm trying to catch up. Oh, there are other players here. Oh, yeah. Do. Beautiful. I think one of the requirements is to kill a certain number of enemies while at full frenzy, or whatever the heck it's called. So in the Helltide, you know, part of the map turns red, and the enemies drop this other resource that is used to open up treasure chests. So think of it like one big open world dungeon with a bunch of treasure chests that are locked, but the only way to open them is by paying, like these cinders. It says requires 75 cinders to open up that box. Well, the enemies in the Helltide drop the cinders, and there's a whole lot of them. And as you perform activities here in the Helltide, there's this rage meter that builds up. And when it builds up all the way, then you have this constant invasion on your location that follows you until it has a really hard bad guy in the middle of it called a Hellborn. If you're not ready for it, it'll kick your butt. But they have hearts and stuff which are used to spawn the boss in this region. But right now I'm full. You can see the stuff which are water. Bloody water. And I believe right now there's additional bonuses. Right now. Maybe. A greater collection of materials. And to check out my powers, I just unlocked this Wandering Chest Beam from the Wandering Death boss. Now, almost all of my abilities are powered up all the way. I think I'll finish up the Helltide until the world boss. And now it's about knocking out these achievements. How much more time do we have? It says 40 minutes here, and over here it says 15 minutes. Oh no. I don't want to mess up that one. So I'm just going to open up maybe 1 or 2 boxes here. I'll do what I can in 15 minutes and get the heck out of here. Luckily, there's overlapping Tree of Whispers activities, which is sort of like a bounty in other Diablo games. And there. Right over there. I'm looking at the mini-map, and I'm sort of stitching between those little white icons. You see them? Those are the resources. Like, there's plants and there's rocks. The rocks can have iron ore and or gem fragments. And I'm also going toward all the red icons and all the peach icons. The red icons are like bad guys that are for a specific sub-quest or Tree of Whispers bounty thing. And I'm getting credit for it in the background. You can see if I open up the map, it's here at the bottom it says Whispers of the Dead, Grim Favors, 2 out of 10. And if I look at the map, it'll show me these icons saying, invoke 3 rituals, or complete this harvest. This right here spawns some enemies. While I was here, I was killing 100 enemies. It was keeping track for this harvest mission. The enemies drop these orange orbs. You pick them up in the zone. You turn them in. Spawn some bad guys. Alright. At the very end there was a extra boss that appeared. It was one of those little weird shadow bosses that belong to Varshan, which is a world boss, a layer boss. And these creatures appear while you're doing these Tree of Whispers missions randomly. It could appear in a cellar, it could appear in the field, like right there. And they drop something called a malignant heart, which is used to spawn Varshan, the layer boss. I think it costs 3 now. I'm not really sure. They changed it this season. It used to be 4 or something. And then the other bosses, some of them cost 11. But now it's all different. I think they cost a smaller amount. But with this season, the layer bosses now have a separate loot cache. There's like a loot chest after the boss dies, like you'd imagine. And then you pay the material at the loot box. So you choose whether or not you want loot. You see? Because for many people, especially when you're in endgame, if you're farming the same boss over and over and over again, and you only care about mythics, most of what you're picking up is going to be sold for gold. Because you've already broken everything down enough to have thousands and thousands of material, and then you start to reach your cap for material. But the gold cap is much higher, and then gold has more value because you can buy things. And you run through gold quite a bit in this game with repairs and rerolls. So you end up selling everything. You get like a predictable 5 million gold every inventory fill. So if you keep doing the same boss over and over again, you should, if you have like a few stacks of the material, that would be maybe 3 inventory turns. Like, you keep farming inventory fills up with all the slots, and you do it 3 times. And then by that time, you're done, you move on to the next boss. But most of it is just selling, because you don't need it. So now you can choose to say, yes, I want the loot from this boss. I have the material. But it's even more than that. You see, I'm sort of telling you this information in layers, but it's sort of complicated out of context. They made it where Belial, the boss, has a chance to appear at the end of the layer boss once you open up the chest. So once anybody opens up the chest, it could be your teammate, and then you don't have to pay anything. This other boss will show up, and that boss has material right here. The Betrayer's Husk, used to open Belial's Lord. Sorry, Belial's Horde. Requires 2. Acquired from Belial, Lord of Lies, who sometimes ambushes after opening a layer boss's horde. Right? So, you spend that once you spawn Belial. And he is in a certain spot in the map. But you already have to have that. So that means you have to go farm a ton of other bosses. And you're not even caring about the loot, you're only caring about the chance for the additional boss to spawn, to then get his material, to then go farm that boss later on, and then open up his treasure chest. Because he has the highest chance of mythic items, of the uber loot, of the purples, you know? The really good stuff that you can't trade. Every boss has a chance for the mythic items. Mythic uniques is what they're called, or ubers as the people call them, or purples. And they can drop anywhere, because it's a very low chance. Okay, I got 8 minutes. Now I have 265 of this cinder, and I'm actually pretty impressed with how strong I am right now for Torment 3. I'm doing just fine. Because I was, you know, all throughout yesterday's stream, I was developing my character and trying to thrive in Torment 2 because I just entered Torment 2 the screen before that. You know what I mean? And now let me open up all these boxes. I don't have much time. I'm thinking maybe I can do the world boss and then come back and finish up here if there's time, but there's only 33 minutes remaining here in this hell type. Right here. Now I want to head toward the good box. Now another reason why you're doing this is because those boxes have something called Living Steel. Living Steel, which is a boss summoning material, just like the Malignant Heart or the Betrayer's Husk. You use them to spawn the boss named Gregory. He is like a lightning human boss guy. Some paladin dude that uses lightning attacks. In some ancient cathedral at the edge of the desert of the dry steeps of flimflams. The Church of Zakarum. You know? And that boss has loot. So you have to have a whole lot of the material to spawn him and then open up his box at the end. So it's nice to do it when you have a couple hundred of that Living Steel. And each of those boxes have a few. You know? I don't know the exact number. Things change over time. The frenzy activity just happened now here at the Hellborn. He's a Cosworth guy. Alright. He was beefy. Let me hurry up. I got 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm pretty strong now. Eat 2 Living Steel. And you can see like the monster density here in the Helltide is pretty exceptional. You know what I mean? Pretty good. And it's a little bit harder than the outside world on top of that. A while back, these enemies had levels on top of their heads. And then they took that away. But the difference was the hell type was like 3 levels harder than the outside world. Right here. I gotta hurry up. Okay, we're done there. And 5 right here. 5 Living Steel. It seems like my inventory's full. Let me finish up here. With this Tree of Whispers activity, I had to go find a body. This ravaged corpse along the beach. Which then summons a bunch of bad guys. And then we kill them and I get credit and then yeehaw. You know? Champion of Evil, there he is. The gurgling one. Alright. And now. Right there. I have 4 minutes. Yes. Five minutes. Thank you, plant. Hollow tree and a plant. I plan on getting some stuff done, but this won't be a full stream. It's going to be about 6 hours or so. I have some stuff to do today. Okay. Alright. And gotta wait about 3 minutes for this thing to start here. Inventory's full, so I have time to head back to town and come right back. Heading back to town and unloading what I have, and then coming right back. I've set my fast travel point to Paragon. And I'm trying to purposely destroy items. I already have a nice representation of all these different gear slots, so I'm now just looking for 2-star items. See how there's like 1 star? Greater affix. I want the 2 stars, and there's an achievement to salvage 99 ancestral items. Ancestral will be anything like that, where it says sword ancestral with that star next to it. This one doesn't say it. That one does say it. Because I'm in Torment 3, all these other items are going to be item level 750, but this one's going to be 800. You see? If I break that down, I get an achievement, or whatever the game wants me to do. I already have everything. There we go. This is going to be about a 6-hour stream, okay, everybody? And I'm going to try to get a lot of stuff done. I'm very excited. It's 35% XP boost right now. You know? I just leveled up recently, so I have to go spend a point somewhere. I made sacrifices earlier, and I want to restore things. Some easy damage. Right here, to increase my dust devil damage. These nodes. I know this might be chaos here. By the way. It's not that complicated. I'll explain in 30 seconds. You have these Paragon boards. You level up linearly. Boop, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, boop. Every time you level up past level 60, you get Paragon points. Every time you level up, you get a Paragon point. You level all the way up to level 300 here in this game. Okay? You have a long way to go. A lot of points to spend. Along the route, you have these yellow icons, which are rare, the blue icons, which are magic, and then you have a socket. Every board here has a socket and some rare and magic nodes. See, there's a board. It connects to the other board along these connection points. You dig through and you unlock a board. Once you unlock a board, you choose the board from several. You have this board attachment gate. There's many options, and they're all based upon their legendary effect. Every board has different rare and magic effects. And you can really customize your build by choosing the correct board and then choosing the glyphs that go within those boards. Every board has a special legendary effect, which really is the highlight, and some of those effects are pretty nice. That really ants my damage while berserking, or bleeding damage, or overpower damage, or whatever. It's some effect that has some sort of requirement that you could increase, that requires other perks and so forth. But every so often I gotta, I make major changes and accommodations whenever I get close to something. But now I'm good enough to the point where I've finally unlocked all of my glyph sockets. Oh, this right here is the world boss. It's pretty cool, right? Avarice the Gold Curse. I'm actually currently using his power. You see these things? Because that's what he does. He has this explosive effect with gold, and then you get that effect, basically. So whenever you are rich with resources, you end up creating these 3 gold ore nuggets that explode, and they do a lot of damage. So you are encouraged to increase your resource income. So that's why I sort of focused on early on different sources to maintain the resource. And to reduce the resource cost of things, or reduce the resource consumption, lucky hit chance for free resource and resource on kill, stuff like that. Open up. Ooh-wee, gems. World boss, grand cash. Thank you very much. And now we go back. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And now we have the Tree of Whispers ready. This is like the bounty board, but in reverse. The bounty board is just on the map. All this, well, I'll show you in just a second.
It is done.
You know, and you turn it in at these different points across the map, and you choose one of 3 different options, and it's random, and it could be good. Greater collection of 200 weapons. Let's do that one. And there's a lot of XP in there, so you could actually save these things up and then give them to another character. So usually what happens is, if I ever want to make a new character, I prepare by filling a couple tabs in my inventory with those boxes from the tree. You know? And I don't open them. Unopened boxes. Because when you open the box, you get a bundle of XP. Alright, everything's good here. That's all XP and stuff. One second. I'm breaking everything down. And now we go back down to the rest of this Helltide, I think, because I still might have a tiny crumble corner of cinders remaining from before. And there are achievements to unlock, and this is part of it. Definitely part of it. And so is killing all the world bosses, or all of the layer bosses in Torment 3. It's part of it. Which is easy enough. To find a party, there's a party finder system. And it fills up really quickly. There you go. I care about the elite enemies because they have gem fragments, right? And I really want gem fragments. Okay. That's resistances and just a big old pile of stats for your gear. And it really helps out a new character. If I ever make a second character this season. So we got 20 minutes here. Let's go on through here. Bada boom. There it is. There it is, and there it is. Right there. This is some event in the middle of the Helltide here. I have to save these people. They're trapped in spider cocoons, you know? Yeah. Almost, and then I'll head on down to the Blood Maiden. Someone is now spawning the Blood Maiden. There's a boss over here. There's probably an achievement to kill the Blood Maiden on Torment 3. I think there's an achievement to kill a certain number of enemies while at max frenzy level. Which is about to happen. I'm gonna knock out the cellar really quick. Right here, because you get some extra goodies with it. Along with it, some gems maybe. I'm trying to get some gems. Nope, not that one. Not that one. It was a horrible puzzle. It's the horrible puzzle where you have to turn the torches on and off and whatever. Every time I turn the torch on, the neighbors turn off, you know? I can figure it out sometimes, and then I feel like I know how to do it, and then I try again, and I don't know how to do it. Start at the quarter, flip-flop, all 4 quarters, do the center, and then it's done. Easy peasy. Yeah, there it is. I figured it out. And nope. It's like working with redstone in Minecraft. It's all about the connection and how you cut off the wire is the hard part. It's not the most obvious thing. I'm gonna go ahead and spawn this guy right now. Oh, it seems like my frenzy is starting now. Come on. Come on. Come on. Beautiful. Hopefully this will be the achievement. And then I have to open up all the boxes in the world in the Helltide, I would imagine. And here comes the Hellborn. Right there. A couple other players just showed up. Those teal names in the equation. Oh, there must be a shrine nearby. Oh no. That guy probably has the grandfather chest. Or, not the grandfather chest. Some other chest piece. That does exactly that. Okay, my trade whispers is full, so I have to hurry up over here. And go back to town really quick. I just want to open up a box while I can. And I'd like to go open up the good box. The good box is right there. Alright. My consumables wore off. It's extra XP. On top of the buff that I need to have perfect stats and everything. Extra life.
It is done.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Awesome.
What? I'll keep my forge hot.
And here we go. Back in. Whee! Right over there. The box of mysteries is the good box. You know what I mean? It's the real good box. Living Steel 9. And got the runes and everything. The skull fragment. The Galovine. A little bit more. 11 minutes. And then I'll check the achievements and everything. I was checking the map to see if there's something active. Got this plant action. Oh yeah. And glittering ore and screaming hellbane. This is the whispering silent chest, whispering key combo. I have the whispering key I purchased with the obols. That you get from doing sellers and events. This game has all kinds of funky, all manner of funky systems, you know, and weird currencies that if you don't know what you're doing, it could be completely overwhelming. But you're introduced slowly to these mechanics over time. You can't even do certain things when you're at the lower levels. The layer bosses aren't accessible. You know? Yeah, I feel strong enough for this difficulty. I do. Amazingly. I can use my charge to break out of crowd control. I tried. I tried jumping down with my leap. Sometimes it lets me if I find the right angle. And got 10 minutes left. I'm trying to do whatever I can here. Because you do have to deliberately do the hell tide every so often to get the living steel. To farm Grigori. You know. I'm gonna knock out this other event around the corner. Bada boom. Yes. It wants me to. My goal here is to raise the effigies. Within this circle, there's going to be 2 of these structures I have to destroy here. Yeah. And beautiful. So now I will open up a few more things while we're in the area. Boom. Almost. I'm at 119 out of 125. There's more whisper activities over here. And then I'll go back down to the... Well, I don't really have to level up my boss powers anymore, so it's not that as much of as importance to go do the apparition incursion activity. Even though if there are other players there, it's really awesome for resources. It's a good reason to run around the field and pluck some plants. It's nice and quick and easy. All the boxes. And then I'll check the achievement. We're at 7 minutes remaining. There's more stuff all throughout here. But the game wants me to go do this cellar for the Tree of Whisperers, so let's go check it out. I can see the icon on the map. Well, I'm here, buddy. I am here. And I think there's something special for the reliquary. Let's go check it out right now. Is there something special because it's a anniversary thing? Event, yeah. It costs gold? What? There's nothing. Why would this? Really? It costs gold? That's crazy. That's a cool sword. Sort of. Hell is coming, went the refrain, yet the dawn still breaks on the horizon. Maybe the light or the final fire at last. How nice of them to sell it for gold. Pretty cool, I guess, you know, it's a certain vibe going on here. Pitchfork. The burning barbs, and this is for a mount. Big banner thing. I feel like they get in the way of your character. It would obstruct your vision. It's not entirely realistic. If it was in the back quarter, it would be better for me. I might use that one day. Some weird lantern for the mount. And a bow. That's a good bow, I guess. The Burning Dawn bow. Hola, buenos dias. And ooh, some armor. Interesting sword. I'm in Torment 3 now. I'm in Torment 3 now. Second anniversary rewards already done. The second anniversary is today. And there's an XP bonus, you know? An XP bonus and everything. Woohoo! Good stuff. And I could use like the wolf spell combo. There's many options in the future for the combinations of my rune effects and my boss power effects for spreading vulnerability. I was just thinking about vulnerability here and how often I'm applying vulnerability to these characters. You see how their life bar turns purple? The enemy? That means that they are taking more damage, and you can amplify how much more damage you're taking by increasing the vulnerable damage stat. And there's ways to make them vulnerable. And I'm using a certain aspect for that called the Vampiric Curse. Pretty good. There's many options. There's the Exploit Glyph, where it makes all the enemies you tag vulnerable, but then it doesn't last forever. So if there's a longer fight, half the time they're not going to be vulnerable. This Hellborn's a tinky tink tink. I have 2 minutes. Thank you. And I'll open up one more box. I'm going straight to the mystery box. I have 1 minute and 27 seconds. And I'll get these plants as I go. Yep, 1 minute. Beautiful. $233. I got 45 seconds. Oh no. But I don't have enough cinders right now. Come on. $241. Got it. Exactly 250 with 8 seconds to spare. Isn't that cool? Oh man. And now the hell tide is over. Okay. That's done. Let's go check out the achievements. It has come to this. I have to defeat the Belial. You see? After another Torment 3 Infernal Horde. And gotta craft more jewelry. And gotta increase the pit a bit deeper. And I have to open up a total of 5 gifts and mysteries. And I have to defeat the Blood Maiden 5 more times. Gotcha. Alright, so I'll do another Helltide whenever it starts after the next apparition incursion in 3 minutes. But let me see if I can join somebody doing something. Infernal Horde, Horde, Horde. I'll do you. Hopefully he's actually doing it. You know? Not just standing around. Why are you here? I'll open up mine. Why are we here? The vote has failed. Now we have a full party. Okay. And someone keeps canceling. I'm gonna make my own. And then just start it. And then just start it right now. So I'm doing the Infernal Horde because I have to do it for the achievement there. And because it gives me Obducite to masterwork my gear, which increases the stats, the epic lines for all my stats there. There. Right here. All the way through. And in this circle. Gotta kill him in the circle. Beautiful. And that was wave 1. And now for wave 2. Let's do the summon Hellborn. The goal is to make it a bit harder. Yay. Go over here. Goodbye. And goodbye. Yeah, man. You got it, dude. Yes, we got the Hellborn. Sweet. Gem fragments and those powers drain health, but they grant 2 ether. I don't care about the health drain. Let me hurry up. I got a teammate. Oh yeah. I want to kill all of them right here. Put over here. All the time in the world. Got a teammate. Massive spawn lords on death. Yes. Gotta make sure that stuff comes out. We go, go, go. Bada boom. We keep going. Just spawn them up. And they're gone. Yeah, buddy. Explode on them. Me and my crystals. More ether events, let's go. Enough. And there's the crystal. Goodbye. Trying to kill all these enemies as they spawn. Explode! 14 seconds left in this wave. Aether fiends. More elites, let's go. Way over here. Yeah, this is a great opportunity to catch up with all this leveling. You know. And eight seconds. All done. Goodbye. Exalted Hellborn. I want more Hellborn. Or whatever. It's random what those selections are. Sometimes you get some good ones. I gotta make sure I change over my ashes. After this next round. Sweet. Very good. Aether Lords now spawn. More Aether Lords. And we can kill him afterward, you know. You don't gotta kill him during the round. You get credit. Alright. Done. Now, spawn the events faster. So exalted. A lot of ether. And the goal is to spawn them and then spawn more. And spawn them again. I'll let somebody else choose the final selection. Maybe. Exalted Hellborn. We go around. Whoa. Okay, those are Hellborn. And go. My shouts, buddy. So powerful, all these dust devils. Alright. I got 3 levels. Get him. Get him. And you're done for. Woohoo! All right. We shall do it. The scrolls of restoration. I'd rather spend it all on Opticite. I think I'll do another one. Let's do another one. Maybe. Yeah. And we'll do it again
Better than starting from nothing.
right now. Yep. Here we go again. Are we all barbarians? That's funny. Awesome. Go. Yep. Right there. All the way across. I've leveled up again. That was a fine wave 1. Exalted Hordes, let's go. Run the trimmings. Go. Woo-wee. Check it out. And over here. E3 events. Mm-hmm. 5 seconds remaining. That was nice. Alborn. Earthquakes galore. Right over there. There you go. A hellborn baby. Mm-hmm. Okay. Elite teaming masses, surging hellborn, +1 hellborn when spawned. Wreck 'em. So many. Let's just spawn, then go. 2, 3, 4, 5. Kaboom. It's back. Mm-hmm. +1 Hellborn when spawned. Uh-oh. And that's what I call a surge. And then we have to like double the elites. That'd be funny. Yeah, buddy. Right there. All these guys. Talk about a surge. 3-2-1. That was good stuff. And the Stalking Devil for 75 things. Ether. Look at this sucker. Tried to gang up on him. Right over here. Let's go. Right there. And summon lords. Whoa. All these enemies. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is just great. Well, this is a good one. Compared to last one. Mm-hmm. And then we're done. Yeah. Options weren't the best. Unless we can get a lord to spawn from the mass, then that'd be worth it. chi. And right there. Man. Wave 8 out of 10. And I've leveled up quite a bit. Exalted Hellborn. Now they all have +1 ether. Whee! Now these guys over here. Way over here. Over here. Ghost, just wake him up. Gotta wake him up. Got a lot of power lies just within the land of levels. This is actually a pretty good thing to do right now because of the actual level factor. Because your teammates are right next to you, you always have the maximum XP bonus based upon players in proximity. There it goes. Mask to spawn a Lord on Death. Right there. Mm-hmm. Right over here. And done. Well, hey, we got 1,000 points or something. That was better. Here we go. 6 levels there, baby. Hey, I did it. Yay. I got the achievement. I got the achievement. Oh no. This time I'm spending it all right there.
I appreciate that. Impressive.
Yep, and now I go back. And now I go back. Very cool. Okay. Right there. And tidy things up. Check out this thing. Along with this thing. And I got what? A greater journey cache. Very useful goods. Very useful. And now, let's go see if I can make a gem or something, or One more ring cache.
Wear the stars around your neck.
Diamond.
There they
Done. Let me save my build. Just in case something weird happens. What a great idea to have a non-slip pad on the bottom of my mouse, be glued on, and then to have it wear off over time, and to have the glue leak out and get all over the mouse pad. Wouldn't that be a great idea to have on your mouse? There, Red Dragon. Use its glue that can leak out from your mouse and get all over the mouse pad. Like Play-Doh leaking out from the mouse. Alright. I feel a resistance on the mouse pad. And now I spend my points. Movement speed after killing things, maybe. This right here. Increase damage to injured and healthy enemies. 6 points. Resistances. 1, 2. That's a whole lot of points. I could swap out that entire board as well. You are fine. Life over here. Resistance over there. Overpowered damage. Damage reduction for bleeding enemies. Nothing really offensive. It's all health land. Let's just fill up from the bottom up, you know? And I'll shift stuff around in the future. And now I think it's time to perhaps do the pit for a little while.
Things on your return.
I have to get to 55. And I have to rank up my glyphs. It's a lot of power there. And I have to do the Helltide again. So maybe I'll do the Helltide next. Let's see what I can masterwork.
I gave my hammer.
Everything. Life. It gives you a random bonus for one of your stats. It chooses one of your stats to make extra good. Every time that you masterwork, every stat line increases by 5%, and then at the very end, one affix line increases by 25. So from 5 to 25. And if you're lucky, you can get the same stat line multiple times in a row. And the goal is to like reset the masterwork ranks until it's perfect, where you target a specific affix line. But right now I'm just trying to beef up my gear in general, like general beefing, and then I can fine tune. Know what I mean? Speaking of that, let's go spend more of these.
Hello. Not a bad pull, that.
And a key to spare. All right, 291 million. Everything's working out just fine. So now I will do maybe Hey-o, Chris. Good morning to you. How you doing? How you doing? This stream is gonna be a bit shorter, sort of. Like 6 hours or so. I have something to do today. And then if I'm done early, I'll come back and finish her up. Right now there's a seasonal anniversary, so there's extra rewards and everything, and extra XP in this game. It's a 2-year anniversary of this game coming out. Oh, how time flies. Look at my bird feet. Oh my gosh. I have the feet of a bird. I like a bird. only fly away. I don't know where the home is. I don't know where the home is. And baby, all I need you to know is... Yep. Well, I was just about to step away for a second. I'll be right back, okay? And we'll do more of the Helltide.org. What do you say? Hubba, hubba, hubba. Right? I mean, right? That'd be crazy. That'd be just crazy. Alright. And I'll do the outside. Do one thing really quick. I could carefully do it. I'll flip my mouse pad. And replace my mouse pad. And got all gunked up from that glue on the mouse. And I cannot accept feeling any sort of resistance when I move my mouse on the mouse pad. You know? If there's like a weird slow spot on my mouse pad. Unacceptable. Oh yeah. I was drinking water for the past couple hours. What is happening? What is going on over here? Alright. Outside time. Don't want to kill the Blood Maiden. My goal is to open up a series of these boxes, so I'm going for the mystery boxes. They cost $2.50. Maybe I can open up one in 15 minutes, I don't know. But I'm going to start off by killing the Blood Maiden. And here we go. I had to pay some hearts that you get from opening up these boxes and killing certain enemies in the area. Sweet. Other players will probably show up right now, as they do, to partake. I might want to increase my attack speed. Beautiful. Goodbye, Hellborn. Looks like I have enough defense for sure. Oh, I got you, buddy. And you're done. Mission complete. I'm gonna knock this out here.
Please, I need your help. I can't see.
My dearest wanders these woods alone. Gotta escort this ghost. Beautiful. And I head right on back. Whee! So smooth. There it is. Beautiful, beautiful. I think I should play the Helltide song. What do you say? I'll play the Helltide song. It's an appropriate time for the Helltide song. Baby, I want something else to get me through this flim-flam thing. Oh, there's a new feature in, here, I'll show you really quick if you want to see. Quick. Now there's stem extraction. And... oh my gosh! Oh! I can fix my songs! I can fix all the songs! Anyways. I can fix all my songs. They keep having new features here in this thing that I keep accidentally paying for. You know? Alright, so here we go. Diablo.
Grow. Destiny calls, but it's a heavy load. Paragon whispers in the caverns cold. Nap your points, let your power unfold. Every choice a warrior's pledge, from the skill trees to the battle end.
Helltide. Here we go.
The skies are bleeding black and red. Lilith's whispers in my head. Cinders sparking from the ground. Mr. Sid place demons rise from molten flame. Whisper secrets surveying. Cinders feel steel. Living metal makes us real. Doom in fire's glow. Collective Lilith's shadow hunts us down. In the chaos we might drown. Horrors night and day.
Yeah. I know the sound effects are a bit too loud. Okay. She wasn't lying, was he? That prophecy. The prophecy was true. Yeah. Whoa. Right over here. I saw my corpse. I meant to go turn in the Tree of Whispers back there, but I didn't do it. Yeah, I thought the sound effects are a bit too loud versus the music. And my voice. That's a bit better. Whoopsie. That's a bit better. Oh boy. And I have 317. I need. Oh, Paragon. Oh, you didn't know that you could zoom in? Yes, you can. But, you know, the angle's all weird, you know? You can't see much. The field of view is cut to nothing. It's cool to see your character every so often, or like to do some stuff. But you can't really see anything. But I do it every so often. There's an XP bonus today because of the anniversary. And there's some stuff in the store, I guess, but in the reliquary. But it costs gold, so that's pretty awesome. 5 minutes, huh?
Are happening daily, right? But no one's on in this endless night. Group activities out of sight. My friends list feels so light. Whispered asking for a raid. I'll be waiting all day.
Yeah. Bada bing. There's not enough time for this. Not enough time for this. Hand it over. There's the gem goblin. It's the gem goblin, baby. Fallen Woods. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Woohoo! You like my music? This song's about reaching the end game of Diablo and mapping your Paragon points correctly. And so forth. And you know, all the game mechanics and so forth, you know. Alright, let's go get the lady. I want to open up one more box. Yeah. Uh-oh. Beautiful. And boom. Mission complete. Now I gotta run back down for that thing before it's over. I think it just ended. Ugh, I hate that spot. I hate that spot. I'm trying to hurry up here. Beedly 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 bum bum no. Let's go. She might still spawn. I triggered it right before the hell tab was over. I have to spawn her a number of times. Yeah. Yeah. Greetings. I've leveled up, yeah. You ain't doing nothing. Like how I grouped them up? Yeah, buddy. To our roads meet again. Total invasion. Random event. Like that, like that. Whee. And then are we done yet? Awesome. Nope, 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 nope. Gotcha. Alright, let's go get this reward. Yeah. Nephilim. With each victory, a spark of hope. Through the twilight there, we'll cope. Oh. This is the Rothma's prophecy. The end of that first song is this. Almost like a Tool scenario. Acoustic. I put these away, just the unique items.
Then came a spear of light piercing hatred's heart, and he who was bound in chains was set free. I saw my corpse and from my mouth crawled hatred. I saw my corpse, I saw my corpse, I saw my corpse and from my mouth crawled hatred.
Forge is always there.
A father burned his children on a pyre, and a mother molded a new age from the ashes. I saw the weak made strong.
A pack of lambs feasting on wolves. Tears of blood rained on a desert jewel, and the way to hell was torn asunder. So sad. Wrong way.
Spear of light piercing hatred's heart, and he who was bound in chains was set free. I saw my corpse, and from my mouth crawled hatred. I saw my corpse, I saw my corpse, I saw my corpse, and from my mouth crawled hatred.
And oh, it's all the way across already. Well, I'm trying. Woohoo! Yeah. Over here. Boom. It's funny how Inarius thought it was talking about him, but it was really talking about the scary guy, Mephisto, or something. Right over there. Right there. Now for Belial, then I'll do the Helltide again. I'm knocking out these achievements, you know. Alright, that's done. Now for the Helltide. Focusing on the Tree of Whispers missions. But really, I'm focusing on spending... Well, I'm trying to open as many of the big boxes as possible. They cost $250, so I have to save up a lot of cinders. And top off my consumables, jeez. Now do this event over here. Okay. I plan on being live for just 6 hours here. I got 4 hours to go. Okay, I'm gonna go right over here to the event nearby. Hi there, I'm here to help you. I'm here to help you. And I'll hop over to the other event area as well. Someone's spawning, the big lady. I'll rush down there when this is over. That's also important. The blood maiden. Easy source of exquisite blood at the very least. But now there's other means to get these boss parts. All rather easy. That purple glow on the enemy, that means that those guys are champions. And they are providing a buff to the surrounding enemies, giving them defense. You have to kill them. You know? Wow. Well, I don't have any more tokens to spend. I mean, it's telling me that I'm hitting my token cap, but there's nothing else to spend because I've already purchased everything. Yay. As far as I can tell. You didn't see the second page? Hurry up. This song is about the horror dream. Oh yeah. Yeah. See, this song sort of sounds like it could be a folk song, you know? But I like this version. Pretty awesome. You know? Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, I have to turn in those whispers. I'm going back. I should go farm her one more time. In blood and bones we hear your songs. Your legacy shall never fade. You must purchase something. Look. Completed. Alright. Now I gotta go back. And then there's this song. This song was meant to be a joke, by the way. This is a joke.
Grab your sword and armor tight. Caves are dark, but we've got light. Demons dancing in the night. Loot and level feeling right.
This is a song that you play once your build works, okay?
Potion slinging fire bright.
I mean, my build works.
This is how we spend our night. Kill the monsters one by one. Dungeon crawling never done. Hordes of evil ain't no fun. Diablo days we just begun. Summon spells and cast a curse. Runes and relics fuel our thirst. Slay the beast, it's getting worse. Gold and glory be our verse.
Woo!
Swing that axe, he's had enough. Holy smite and all that stuff. Challenging, but we got guff.
We have the guff, people.
Potion slinging fire bright. Whirlwind spinning light and fright. Drunken skulls in epic fight. This is how we spend our night. Kill the monsters one by one.
Crazy.
Dungeon crawling never done.
Hordes of evil ain't no fun. Diablo days we've just begun. Level 200, baby. Oh, yeah. My gosh. This bot is just giving it up. This bot is just giving it up. Wow.
Summon spells and cast a curse. Runes and relics fuel our thirst. Slay the beast, it's getting worse. Gold and glory be our verse. Meet the boss, he's mean and tough. Swing that axe, he's had enough. Holy smite and all that stuff. Challenging, but we got guff. Be our verse. Meet the boss, he's mean and tough. Swing that axe, he's had enough.
Alright. It's the part that matters. It's keeping track of how many enemies I kill while frenzied. And it's cumulative, so. Every time it happens. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go all the way around over here. Rakanishu. No. I'm at 559, baby. This headphone is dying. Yeah. Right there. I got the box. Let's go for the other box. Let's go for the other box on the other side.
Fall, their power grows, but heroes come to face their foes. Destroy the idols, break their chain, to cleanse the gate, to end the reign of the
But I'll do the whisper mission here. There's the corpse. Trying to get these plants and stuff. I'm knocking out these other side things here in the area. It's quite the playlist, I must say. I must say. Okay, I'm gonna put on the music again. The game knows how to insert this little background effect that kind of carries through all these sound effects, you know, and then it builds up and becomes really obvious, nice and subtle. Okay. Okay, right here. Right here. Got a whole 40 minutes. Gotta kill enemies within these circles.
Greetings.
Hello. Some weird loose string hanging off my shorts. This whole thing right here touched my leg and it freaked me out. This random string needs to go. That's done. Yep, so now I have to make 2 more amulets, costing a lot of gems. There's so many. So expensive. Don't you love that leap? Hey there, Allison, how you doing? How's your progress on White Lotus? Coming along. Did you start season 2 yet? Did you start season 2 of the thing? Oh my. Okay, I'm gonna hop back across the other direction. Okay, so where are we? I'm gonna go right down to there. ASAP. Let me skip everybody. And my headphones are just dying on me. My left ear is really annoying. It keeps cutting out unless I adjust the cable just right, but as these days go by, the angles of good adjustment are fading away. It's like a TV with the rabbit ears. You have to keep adjusting. Then you have to like adjust and slap it. Right now I have it where if the cable goes over my left shoulder, sometimes that works. Here comes Sandy Claus. Oh, here comes Sandy Claus. Let me go get this shrine here and take advantage of it, and then I'll teleport back down to turn the Whisper mission, and then head to the bottom half of the Helltide area to go spend the rest of my cinders. Or, I guess I'll teleport back here. I still have to turn in this other ritual spot right around the corner. Some good stuff. They are infuriated. Ugh. Wow. Exactly, right, Allison? Start of season 2. And you're like, what is this? I felt the same way. Just remember, the first time I ever mentioned White Lotus was after I finished season 1 into the beginning of season 2. And I gave a negative review of the entire franchise. You know? What we're starting over now, White Lotus is the hotel. Nobody carries over. What is this? There's no continuity. But let's just say the end of season 2 is really, really, really good. It's awesome. It's probably in the top 10. You know? If there's like a montage of endings of shows, I'll put that in there. Really, I'm serious. You'll see what I'm talking about when it happens. I'll say it's worth it. A little bit. I'm building it up, but you know, I was impressed. I was like, huh, they're really doing it. I'm trying to remember who was in season 2 of the White Lotus, or oh, it was that family, the Italian family, trying to find their roots in Italy. The grandfather, father, and the son, and things. Yep. And then the other stuff I don't want to talk about. Alright, let's go turn this stuff in. Oh yeah. Bundled herb all the way across. You go turn this in, then head down to the bottom. I am not using a vortex. Oh, wait. Oh, I have to open up 3 boxes here. Fine. They want me to open up 3 boxes on this side of the map, so I'll go for the cheap ones. And then head to the bottom half. Okay, someone is spawning the boss. Let me go right now. The time will be running out. Sweet. Bing bong. Boom. Exquisite blood. Okay, we're moving on. I was resurrecting him. I really was. Huh. Let me go open up this armor box down below, and then one more box. Let me hurry up. And all these levels and everything will help me as I push toward the next tier. So I have to prepare by obtaining more armor and resistance to everything than what I need right now. Because there'll be a big cut as we go deeper. That's what has to happen. You really can't do much if you're dying every 2 seconds. Boom. Again. Then I'll go kill that queen and head down to the bottom. There are other players over there, so you get extra XP from the proximity. Or not queen, but maiden. Yes. And it's still going. Yes, it is. Let me hurry up and do this. I think I'd rather have a horse than the cat. I like how the horse gallops. Flops around. Alright. And blood, and then I'll do this thing right here, and then I'll head down to the bottom.
Greetings.
Hello. Woohoo! Woohoo! My war cry also increases the damage of other players in proximity. There's a spirit-born dude right there, hopping around. Right next to me. No. There's a harbinger of doom and gloom. That was a lot of flim flam, wasn't it? Okay, now let me head to the bottom half. I think we're good now. Yep. I think I can go now. No. I think I can go now. Yoo-hoo. So far, so good. Yeah, so I'm excited to look to work on these songs here. A couple of my songs are pretty good. These Diablo songs. A couple of them, more than one, are good. My Diablo songs. Okay, my goal here is to quickly go through here. I'll do the event. We have 25 minutes. Try and knock out these events when possible, because you get extra gems and so forth and so on and all that nonsense, you know. Oh. Oh yeah. So beefy. My buffs are about to wear off and I have to make more. Which is why I'm farming so much. Well, well, I agree. Hello, Sam. How you doing? And welcome. I made it into Torment 3. I started this season like a month late, and I certainly caught up. And thank you so much. Have yourself a golden Zagnet. Oh yeah. Let me hop over here. How you doing? I appreciate it. In these trying times, maybe I can get some new headphones. My current headphones are garbage. It's hurting them. It's hurting my brain. You see. Woohoo! Treasure Goblin. Get back here, Treasure Goblin. Try and knock out these achievements. Thank you very much. Millions of damage. Yay. And now open up. Hey, look, I did it. See? I got the achievement done. Tides of Hell. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Because you know we have to see this entertaining flimflam action. I'm trying to demonstrate how you can build your character without like duplicating a build from the internet, and how it's a pretty organic system. You just gotta read everything and kind of know what everything means. You figure it out over time. Just the most important thing is that you have this stat button over here, and you can view all your stats in a big long list. That's all. And the easy way to think about it is if everything is kind of even, you're good to go. Sort of, with all the core things, like critical damage and vulnerability damage, you know, those two things. Your crit chance needs to be as high as possible, then, of course, as many sources of defense as possible, and then some way to activate some sort of overpower on occasion. Right now, for me, it's every 12 seconds or so I have a overpower, which really isn't enough, but I then have extra damage after the overpower. I should have a build where it's always overpower. Okay, my goal right now is to open up these boxes ASAP, and I have 20 minutes, that's plenty of time, but still. I'm also trying to get the plants as I go and knock out these events. And so forth. But time flies. Or vein. And plants. Right there. I have 2 more levels in the bag. I've accomplished my goal though. I just want to open up the rest of these boxes here. Here's that good old event I'm talking about. Hail, buddy. And hail.
So dark. Cold. We stay.
If I keep moving, I have earthquakes.
We're supposed to walk.
Every 5 meters. And if I have like 4 earthquakes out, I do more damage. And the earthquakes create dust devils. Then I have a chance for extra earthquakes and a chance for extra dust devils. And then of course extra dust devil damage and earthquake damage. And then damage after... all my damage increases after I create a dust devil. And if I'm standing on an earthquake, I think I have higher defense. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, now I go back and unload the flimflam. Now how do I have this cable? If I flip it up over here, maybe it won't cut out every second? Like that? Ooh! Ooh, I think that's working. It sounds like someone's crackling hard plastic right in my eardrum. And then it cuts out and picks back up. But now it's fine. Well, I'll be. So far, so good. So this was sort of an experiment of me starting late this season. You know, because I was doing lots of Minecraft. I haven't played Minecraft for the past few days. I already beat the game a week before I sort of stopped playing. Ground down. I was recovering my character and everything. I'll probably start back over eventually, but I still have my empire that I'll be dabbling into. We're not really done, but I've learned quite a bit through this last journey. It was a several month journey in one world. I died a million times. It certainly was not hardcore. But I could probably do a hardcore thing now that I know kind of how to play. The problem was I never really dove into the ocean part of the game. It's still vaguely a mystery. I started here and there. I've dibble-dabbled here and there. I'm right on the edge. You see? I wanted to get a bunch of resources for a bit, and then I died. You know? I wanted to like pump the brakes with my forward progression and get a ton of resources so I could then build my empire. I was getting a bunch of cosmetic stuff so I could actually build my base. You know? I have all this framework trying to get my minions to have the correct jobs and the correct beds and have them multiply and so forth and so on, and make sure that they don't die at nighttime and there's walls and pathways don't get lost, and then I build the base, you know? But I need a bunch of resources. Okay, let me go this way. Check the map. We're fine. Whoa, a 3-star. Oh my gosh. Strength, life, and lightning resistance. Sometimes I specifically need one resistance category. Like might be great, but I'm lacking cold, and that's what kills me. Oh no, there's cold damage. Run away. No. You gotta have everything high. And sometimes you have to sacrifice something offensive so that you have just an extra chunk of resistance here and there. Like extra life for resistance. It's not offensive, but still. Okay, right over here. Okay, the frenzy's on its way. Give me the gem fragments. Oh, yay. I think last season I was saying something about like Torment 2 or Torment 3. I think Torment 2 is the most efficient for farming something. You know? Or like farming mats or something. I don't know. That was a good jump. That was a good jump. Here in the dry steppes. There we go. As many boxes as possible here. This will give me a ton of resources for farming bosses in the future. Boxes for the bosses. I'm getting that living steel like I mentioned earlier, so I can spawn the Grigori. Sweet. Oh yeah. And bam. There it is. I'm gonna rush down to the next box before we're out of time. Whee! Oh yeah, I got you, buddy. I got you. Give me gem fragments, please. 220 diamond fragments, pretty good. Oh yeah, there's some nice gem fragments in these boxes, by the way. It's actually a pretty good source of gem for gem fragments. Doing the hell side. pretty good. Bundled herb. I'm about to bounce back up. I was pushing forward, and then I'll be swooping back the other direction to clean up all that stuff I left behind. I was going down so I can go back up. But there's so many enemies going down. It's irresistible for me to keep on going 5 feet further. Okay, there we go. And now I'll go back up. And I'm going toward this box over here. There you go, buddy. Thank you. Alright, that's good. Got the ore. Whee! The Harbinger of Doom. And boom. Bit more. And maybe I'll knock out this barbarian quest or something. I don't see any more on the quest log. More. There it is. A whole lot of living steel. Yep, I got about 3 hours left in the stream, okay? And then I'll be back later on. Or so, maybe. I gotta do some grinding in the future because we have this XP bonus for the next week or so. Give me the gems. Yeah. The forces grow frenzied, baby. Boom. This iron wolf over here.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
Thank you, even more. And oh boy. Guys are almost dead. Thank you for the gems. If I see another harbinger, then I'll head back down. I'll be right back. Here comes the champion. Oh, my incense and everything wore off. Oh no. Come on. Okay. Leave me alone. Please. Yay. Hey there, Muhammad Suraj Rahman. I see you. Hiding in the shadows. Hiding in the shadows. Whoa. And let's get more incense, and I have to quickly, and I mean quickly, do this thing.
What is it, Will? Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Okay, so we want soothing spices. Right there, that's for resist all, right? Song on the Mountain, note, Redemain Buzz for more health. And I'm focusing on Ancient Times for more strength. And I'll make, Fortitude, more health. And I return. Wait, yep, right now. Oh yeah, I have no time. Clickety clack clum. And got 5 minutes. This could be a treasure goblin, so I gotta check. Come on. Plant. And a plant. And eating flimflam. And this plant over here. Yes. Secret box. There's such a high monster density here in the Helltide. You know? It's like a whole map version of that Infernal Horde room I was doing earlier. Or vice versa, that's a single room version of the Helltide. Right there, and then I go back over. Right now. Okay, I gotta hurry up and open more boxes. That's a lot of gem fragments in that box there. A lot. Sweet.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
Let's stitch on through to the end. Yeah. All good. We're going for any old box. Got 1 minute to open up like one more box. Or whatever. If I could without stopping. No more stopping. Except for right there. My cat is tired. Sometimes it's faster to dismount once my mount is too tired. And then 1 more box. That was a good haul. And then 1 more box. Oh, so slow. And I missed it. That's fine. Let me knock out this event while we're here. And then I'll see if I can make an amulet, maybe. Waste some more gems before saving. Then I'll start stockpiling. But this guy doesn't exist. Okay, let's head on down to the apparition incursion. Right over here. In the library. I love it. I don't care. You know? Ho! When I say ho, you say yo. Oh, yo. Go. Wait 1 second. Let me just check the board here. I did it. Cool. Yep. I'll be doing the pit coming up after this apparition incursion. To level up my glyphs. Yeah, no. Yes. Alright, let me go spend. Let's see here. All the fluff. Right there. And I'll start dipping into extra resist all. And I'm giving myself all this extra health. You know, Torment 2 would be really easy. Okay. 3, 2, 1, and it begins right now. I have to touch these eyeballs.
Not mortals. This realm is mine, and I shape it as I wish.
Boo. These guys are not poison, they are apparitions. Okay. I mean, that guy's poison. Specifically. Because he has the icon next to his name. But these other guys are not poison. Unless they have the icon next to their name. For the most part. None of those guys are poison. Look over here. The eyeball. That guy's shadow. Thank you. In 5 seconds, the boss is coming. Nice. There it is, and then again. And then boom. We move on this way.
Fools! This stops nothing. You solve nothing.
Oh yeah? Then why are you running? Why are you running? I spit on you. Boo. What is going on over here? There you go. Mm-hmm. The betraying eye. They want me to go up top with what they want me to do. I gotta go up top. For these eyeballs. Whoa. Bada boom, baby. Whee. Hello, everybody. And hello. Having a good time in this season here. Nice change up from the Minecraft stuff. And all that. Oh, I gotta go. Oh, I missed the first phase. Oh, no. I did not miss anything. I didn't miss it. I thought I missed the first boss, but nope. 2 bosses spawn here. Oh yeah. Now it's time. to raise up my glyphs and get super powerful. So I'm just going to repeat the tier 40 dungeon over and over again until my glyphs are like level 30 across the board, maybe.
Insolence is at an end.
Or I'll raise, you know, maybe 40. But that requires me to go above 40 to raise it to 40 because the percent chance of death drops. Oh yeah. That was good. And now, I'll do this other apparition incursion for a second. No, we're fine. Head on back down and do the pit. So far, so good, everybody. So far, so good. So far, so good. So far, so good. Yep. Whoa, and whoa, are you serious? They give me 2-star items all the time. 13.2% cooldown reduction. Wow. Oh, wow. I'll probably use this one. That's a lot. And some other power requires flat cooldown reduction. There's overpower, dodge chance on the boot. Get rid of you. I want to go check out my jewelry to see if I can make anything. Can I?
What's still got some good in it?
Alright. And amulet. I want to craft an amulet. How close am I? Need 150,000. 43. It's like 50 across the board. Ruby. Uh-huh. Not close enough at all. By the way. Not close at all. I don't have any mystic. No. I don't have any mythics yet. I've already farmed the bosses quite a bit, but I don't have any yet. I have one resplendent spark, so I can't craft anything either. Yeah. But I'm about to go do the pit here, starting at 40, and repeating that until my glyph is a bit higher. You know, I don't have any mythics yet. 0, but I'll get a bunch over time. It'll happen. I just farmed quite a bit of boss parts. I'll be farming some bosses in a bit as well. I'm at 342 million. Let's go purge my obols first. How you doing there, John? You want some music? Do you want some music? The skies are bleeding black and red. Lilith whispers in my head. Something. Flame. Whisper secret serpent name. Tides call and grab the steel. Living metal makes us real. Skies of doom and powers glow. Collect and gather, watch it grow. You know. Till this shadow hunts us down. In the chaos we are bound. Battle horrors night and day. Living still the only way.
Watch that is dead, and no one online to keep the thread. Got a question left on red, guess I'm solo instead. Dungeon crawling all alone, echoes of a silent phone. Where they go, the seeds we've sown, feels like I've been disowned. I have the best clan, the best guild in the world. I'm in the best clan, the rest can rest, cause I'm in the best. Defense, I have the best clan, the best guild in the world. I'm in best clan, the rest can rest, cause I'm in the best. Events are happening daily, right? But no one's on in this endless night. Group activities out of sight, my friends list feels so light. Whispered asking for a raid, I'll be waiting all day, I've stayed. Lot of peak plans are delayed, in this guild I feel waylaid. I have the best clan, the best guild in the world. I'm in the best clan, the rest can rest, cause I'm in the best. Events, I have the best clan, the best guild in the world. I'm in best clan, the rest can rest, cause I'm in the best. I'm in the best.
Wang ding doodly.
Events are happening daily, right? But no one's on in this endless night. Group activities out of sight, my friends list feels so light. Whispered asking for a raid, I'll be waiting all day, I've stayed.
Here we go.
Plans are delayed, the skills are
Here it goes. Nice. Woohoo! Over here, over there. Over here. That'll work out. As for my build, I do plan on getting the Harlequin's Crest and or the Shroud of False Death and or Grandfather's Sword and maybe the Doombringer, you know. And then I might use the Fists of Fate. Usually I use that to activate some lucky hit chance nonsense. You know? Like lucky hit chance for the Poison Nova to spawn. We'll see. But aren't I coming along just nicely, you know? You know what I mean? Boom. $203. Beautiful. I have to run this dungeon a bunch of times, basically, to level up my glyphs. We are leveling up the glyphs right now, okay? Yeah. And I might use upheaval or overkill. You know? Not overkill, but death blow. One of those two. I might do that. Sanctuary. Same level. Until everything gets to, what, level 37? I'm upgrading until the success chance gets to 55%. I'm settling with 70. And then I can raise it up a little bit. And I'll be getting stronger from this as I raise those glyphs. And once they hit level 45, they get a big old damage boost. And the whole time, all the neighboring nodes are getting stronger in proximity. You know what I mean? Yes. Pow. That's right, buddy. I'm a powerhouse. Yes. Right over here. Awesome. Whoosh. Got that challenging shout for the aggro. They all come towards me. The problem with the music is I don't talk as much. You know? Oh, this is pit 40. You can see it right above my head. I'm doing 40 over and over and over again until my glyphs are 37, and then I'll start stepping it up toward 55. You know? You know? Not yet. Not 55 yet. It's pit 40. You can see it above my head where it says Artificer's Realm 40. You know? I'll be doing 40 over and over again until my glyphs are 37. You know? There's a lot of power in them glyphs. Then along the way I'll be leveling up and unlocking this extra resistance I need for the future, and then I'll re-examine what I have. Alright. I want all the stuff to 40, then I'll keep pushing forward. Cool. Because I just entered Torment 3 yesterday. You know? And it's starting to feel comfy. Uh-oh.
saw my corpse, I saw my corpse, and from my mouth crawled hatred.
Who and a who. There you go. Awesome. Whoosh. Goodbye. And I might add a different thing where the shout cooldown is reduced by the neighboring dudes. I might do that. Oh yes, it's coffee. Yeah. Yes. My goal is to get my glyphs to legendary. Yes. Incrementally. A lot of power. Woo! There you go. Have a good day. Whew. Going down, buddy. Mm-hmm. We're moving along, aren't we? Oh, yeah. Woohoo! Yep, I just need a few more levels so I can dig back into resist all. So I can reassess my resistance distribution as my gear swaps out. Because right now all my gear is just a single greater affix. I would like to have 2 or 3 stars. So all my gear is going to be swapped out, you know. So all the fine tuning of my resistances is going to change. I have to be prepared for that. All my gear is going to change eventually. It's not good enough. For the future. Oh yeah. Two, three. Whee! All right. Woohoo! Okay. Let me spend these points. I want to dip into resist all. All right. Wee-hoo. Bada bing. I'm timing my shouts that they can reset my skills. I am trying to stagger my shouts here. Right there. Know what I mean? This is how it should be. A pretty good example of what my build's all about, right? That was a good example. How that I'm pushing them forward, gathering them, and then I push the group forward again. If it's like that with a nice hallway. Sort of perfect. But I try to push them against the wall and then my crystals kill them when they're all grouped together like that. I was gathering. Wait. And boom. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right there. Flam. Against the wall. You see that? Beautiful. Purr. Woohoo. Again. Right there. Okay, come on. And then 2 more. Like 3 more, and then I can start stepping it up. So 3 more dungeon runs at tier 40, and then I'll be increasing the difficulty one by one. Push. Push. We get closer and closer. You know. Yeah. All that glyph leveling is making me secretly stronger behind the scenes. I will review everything that happened in just a moment whenever I'm done leveling up all the glyphs to 40. Or whatever. Enjoy. My attack power 163, 200, 188, 168, 124. I'm looking at my attack power, this number right here. My life is down here. My life is building up to 1400. I already have too much armor that I need, which means I'm sort of ready for next difficulty. Right now I have 1600 armor, which is too much. It caps off at 1000. But having too much is good because you know the difficulty eats away at my armor. I'll just make sure that I have all the damage mitigation that I need. Mm-hmm. Woohoo! And I'm knocking out these achievements in the process. Whee! Okay, now rumble in the jungle. More earthquake damage. It'll take a few more rounds to go. And let's go. So now I think, because it's taking a few too many to level up those final glyphs, so I'm going to build up to 43.
Runes and relics fuel our thirst. Slay the beast, it's getting worse. Gold and glory be our verse. Meet the boss, he's mean and tough. Swing that axe, he's had enough. Holy smite and all that stuff. Challenging, but we got guts. We are first. Boss, he's mean and tough. Swing that axe, he's had enough. Holy smite and all that stuff. Challenging, but we got guts.
It's about the same time. I did get the rest of those guys to 40. Pop goes the weasel. Sweet. Right there. Come on. Koran's demise, oh yes. My oh my. Yeah, 43 is not bad. I just don't want it to be too slow. That's right. Here you go. All this garbage. I've increased the range of the whirlwind. You can see how wide that red circle is around my character when I do the whirlwind. The whirlwind size. Pretty big. And kaboom. Okay. That's done. Alright, buddy. It's your turn. You 70. Okay. Ugh. Get this Tree of Whispers reward. Turn back on the game music. That was my playlist. That was my playlist of music I made. I like the default Diablo music, by the way. It's pretty nice.
It is done.
Get the money. Bunch of garbage, very nice. And
See some steel you need?
right over here. Hmm. $44. Let's do 45. Let's do 45. Woo-hoo! Hey there, Chris. How's it going? This is currently the 2-year anniversary of Diablo. So there's extra XP going on and some of their nonsense. I've already gotten all the other rewards. But that's cool. Diablo 4 is what I mean. My build's coming together and everything. You know? I'm doing this pit here to level up my glyphs. I'm working on the season achievements to unlock everything that's available. I feel like I thoroughly caught up this season. I'm Paragon 205 now. And I'm trying to dig into Torment 4. Potentially. Right there. And explode. Oh yeah. Explosion. People are still selling stuff on that same website. People are still buying stuff. I want to buy exquisite blood for real money. I guess people can make money if they buy stuff like that, perhaps. Then accelerate their farming and then farm for items and then sell that stuff for real money. There's websites, I'm sure, where people sell items for real money, like a third party Real money auction house. I feel like these grand gems, the highest level gem, is really expensive. Requires a ton of material, 100,000 gem fragments. The game wants me to make several jewelry items, and they require a ton of gem fragments to craft. The amulet requires 150,000, and the ring requires 100,000. I'm almost done with that task. This is 45. It's not that bad. Not that bad. No. I don't think so, buddy. Alright, get up there. Alright, 40. Now one more twister. Good stuff. I want that resist all. And then the dust devil damage. After that. Yeah. There's always people willing to take advantage of it, because it doesn't even matter if a person's interested in it, you know? Because if there's a way to, especially if you can purchase materials, you can shortcut the process to get items within the game to then sell for money. But you don't even have to like the game. It's just the way to make money. In theory. If you have no morals, okay. Now I'll creep it up by 146. Oh my gosh. We're getting there. World boss spawning soon. Very good. We're here. Beautiful. Man, by the time I go back down to Torment 2, it's going to feel real easy. And of course, all my gear has to be masterworked correctly. But I sort of like to wait until I have better gear for that. You know? That's why I'm not really trying to fine-tune the masterworking on this gear, because it's temporary. You know? There it is. Beautiful. And lethal shrine. I tried. Oh, I tried. Yeah, I can start going, increasing this difficulty level by level all the way up to 54, and then I'll stop. Just like before, I parked at 39 before entering 40. Because at that point, there's a big cut to your defense and everything changes. But the goal is to get all my glyphs to 45 or 46. I don't really want to do just this all day though. I was doing other tasks like the Hell type, then I got that done. I have to do a big boss rotation as well here on Torment 3. For the achievements, I gotta kill all the bosses in Torment 3, I think. Or at least Belial. At least Belial, I think. Bada boom. Dun, 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 dun. Lithos. Yeah. 46. Or 45. 45 for the achievement. The achievement wants 45. My goal is to get 1 to 45. And so forth. Bada boom. And I paid. It cost a certain amount of things. My core damage increased by 5%. I'll probably increase the Undaunted next. Oh boy, I did say I was going to end at the 6-hour mark, so we got 2 hours left here. I'm not fond of people. So, yep. Improve a Paragon glyph to 45. Okay. And have to dig all the way up to 55 eventually. My gems are coming as they are, and I'm almost done salvaging ancestral legendaries, and we have to kill Belial. And then I get the cat. $47. I got some stuff I have to do today. I want to take a nap before that stuff. Hey, man. Okay. As we approach the wall. More earthquakes and more earthquakes. Very nice. Yeah, man. I've already accomplished my task of raising up one of my glyphs, by the way. But now I want a second one. And a third one. And then I'll probably swap out the glyphs. Later on. Let's try to creep toward 55. Hit a wall, and then I'll be, you know, playing the game some more. I still have to swap out some of my gems. And then fine-tune everything across the board. Look at my resistances and reroll items, swap out items. I'm still waiting for, you know, dual greater affix items. I only have single greater affix items right now. All my girls are going to swap out, and then eventually I'll get a mythic, unique, and uber item to swap up my head, chest, or two-handed weapon, or one-handed weapon. It'd be a big chunk of damage and stats, which are needed to amplify some of the Paragon nodes, which then frees up the sockets on my gear to go all strength for even more damage. So right now I have a distribution of different attribute points to make sure that my Paragon nodes are fully activated. You know? Whoa. And right on down around the bend, my friend. We're almost done here. It's time for the boss right about now. Oh man, my neck is in pain. Okay. And we're at right here. That little straggler in the back, you know. Needs to catch up. And now it's going to get harder. Harder. Now let me reassess something. The magic nodes, rare nodes, and you. Earthquake, you. Damage we're all fortified. Let me just check this node out right here. Pal, boom. We need willpower within range of this thing. By the way. So willpower right here. I'm going to just remove all this health. Okay. And I'm going to dig over here to get the available willpower and this overpower nonsense. You know, within, well, all fine within that range. I'm going to expand though, so I'm just preparing for it. Everything within range before we hit the range. Yeah. Now I have to dig toward this node over here as well. If I could, so I'm going to pull back some of the extra health over here. And some of that dust devil stuff a little bit. Some of the earthquake stuff a little bit. Some raw physical damage a little bit. Okay. And some of that damage to bleeding enemies. Some of this other damage to bleeding enemies. Some of that damage while berserking. Okay, a little bit. And now on a dig all the way over here to... right over here, if I can swing around and hit up this damage reduction while healthy. And then, somehow... right there. This node here. I don't need that final one, but I do want this. Damage reduction while healthy. That's fine. I don't need the healing received. That's all good. This needs more points. And now we also have earthquake damage and dust devil damage. Let's go for the... we're fine. Let me add this back. Yeah. And now I'm a bit stronger. Increased damage while fortified. A little bit. And that'll be the next node. Oh, Paragon nodes were active as you selected them. I can explain a little bit more if you're curious really quick. Just stay tuned for a second and let me clear out this thing. Let me just wipe out this dungeon here. I mean, you're saying that the Paragon nodes were active when you select them, and they are. I'm not quite sure what your question is. You said that you're under the impression that Paragon nodes were active as soon as you selected them. They are. But to explain a bit deeper, you have magic nodes, rare nodes, and a glyph socket, and a legendary node. And then a bunch of standard nodes. You know? All these nodes just cost a point to activate them, but you have to dig toward them, of course. That's step one. You gotta dig toward it, right? But then a glyph socket... well, I understand what your question is. Your question is, what was I doing when I was adding more points around that node there to empower something? Well, the way it works is you have your glyphs, you see, and not all glyphs are equal. Some glyphs say provides 10% more, increases the effectiveness for neighboring rare nodes or magic nodes. So it'll increase what the actual language is. Grants a 137.5 bonus to all magic nodes within range. You see? Like a flat bonus to everything within range. And then you increase the range, whatever, but it's already covering everything because there are no like distant magic nodes. Sort of. You see here? Like this node right here is down here, you see? So it covers up all these magic nodes. So you can see that these are empowered because they're within range. But the difference is if you have a glyph that says for every 5 strength purchased within range, you deal increased earthquake damage. Or for every 5 willpower within range, you deal increased brawling damage or twister damage or damage while fortified. And now it's boosting my damage while fortified because I'm increasing the range, you see. And because I have these extra points, because there's extra XP, I'm leveling up faster because there's currently this bonus right now because of the Diablo's 2-year anniversary. There's 35% extra XP, so I'm leveling up. So I get to spend these points And recently I buffed up a bunch of health and everything, but I have over the amount of health that I kind of need right now. I'm not really taking that much damage, so I cut that back and I reinvested it in toward those nodes I've recently expanded the radius for. Like the Undaunted node, or glyph. The glyph that says for every 5 willpower purchased within range, you deal more damage while fortified. You see. In addition, the rare nodes on the map here, as you can see, they have a requirement where it says, for example, this rare node catalyst, 140% earthquake damage plus 20% physical damage bonus, another 70% earthquake damage if the requirements are met, 265 willpower. So you have to make sure that you have enough stats across the board, and the further that you dig out from the core, the more these nodes cost. Like this one right here costs 530 dexterity to make sure that you have additional attack speed. Right here it's 490 willpower, so I have to make sure that I'm not just focusing on strength, that I have enough of the other stats. Like earlier I was saying that I have these gems here in my gear, but it could also be the runes, and because I needed extra stats to activate those runes I just showed you, or to activate those Paragon nodes I just showed you, I had to move my runes from my armor to my weapon so I can have more dexterity, which is emerald, and more willpower, which is the sapphire in my gear here. But in doing so, I lost a chunk of offensive gems in my weapons. So whenever I get things straightened out and I reassess, I can move things around a bit more, and I'd be right at the limit to get the bonus. I don't need to have 1,000,000 willpower. I need just enough to get the bonus, and then I can fine tune and get way more powerful. You know what I mean? And now we're on the same page. So right now I'm leveling up the glyphs, which increase the radius, which covers more of the nodes. You know, and then because it's covering more nodes, I have to make sure that the right nodes are being covered by moving around points and fine tuning, which is possible as I level up and get more points. Yep, and to be clear, there are 2 different types of glyphs from my observation, and that is the key to making a good build. You have some glyphs that have requirements for neighboring dedicated nodes, like where you have to purposely place points around that node by adding more strength, where it'll say for every 5 strength. But in the other type, it'll say it's enhancing the existing stuff that's already there that you can't alter, which is whether or not that you've chosen to activate the magic or rare node nearby. And to be a bit more clear, one more thing. You see, every board here has these blue nodes and yellow nodes. Blue is magic, yellow is rare. And then there's a socket, which is this right here, which this red shadowy area where it's influencing around that node, you know. But everything else is just whatever you're selecting. And then you have your legendary node, which you have to dig toward. Usually it's kind of far away. Like this legendary node's way over there. And you could rotate the board to say, do I want to dig toward this rare cluster or that rare cluster? Because you could enter in each board, you know, and there's different boards and there's different glyph sockets that are possible. So the build permutations are quite deep. Lots of potential for fine tuning. And I'll probably be changing out some other board, because within those nodes, some of them will say like extra fire resistance or cold resistance, you know, a specific elemental resistance, and I might be missing one thing, and I can make a sacrifice and choose that entire board only because it has extra poison. It might have something else that'll help my build. Sometimes that's the only reason why I'm on a board, only because I need a bit more damage while berserking or something. And I don't really care as much about the legendary node. I'm trying to target one of the rare nodes. 48. I'm certainly not dying, which is the goal initially. Go die any second now. Where'd she go? Alright, so like I was saying, the key to making a good build is having a nice combination of these two different types of glyphs. This right here, you see, it says Marshall grants a bunch of bonus to magic nodes. Right here, Brawl, it says it grants a bunch of bonus to rare nodes. And the key is, where do you place it? What nodes are you enhancing? Right? And that is a lot of fine tuning, and it's probably not in the right spot right now. Find out where it is. It's probably not in the right spot right now. But where was it? Right here. So I was enhancing. That's fine. Damage to bleeding enemies and damage while berserking. Very good. So if I activate that, suddenly it goes from 40 and 40 to 89 and 89 and 22 strength and a bunch of crazy bonuses, because those rare nodes are now enhanced. If I placed it over here, it would enhance instead overpower damage and just raw damage, and over here it would enhance damage to close enemies or dust devil damage. You can really fine tune, you know, and that's part of the complexity. Another part of it is that clearly over here I just had to put a bunch of points to enhance this glyph to add more willpower within range, and I was preemptively filling out the area where the glyphs or the footprint is going to increase one time. Right now, maybe if I go for Undaunted and raise it up, if I'm lucky enough to get 40 one more time, is almost where it needs to be, and then it'll be out to here, you see. And this requires willpower, and I have all the willpower besides that straggler. But to get to that straggler, I'll have to dig all the way over here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 levels to get there. Just to amplify that. So you can see, if all of my glyphs were this type of glyph, the kind that requires specific stats within radius, it would cost too many levels. So the goal is to have a couple of these bad boys that don't require anything. Like, very streamlined. See, just streamlined, you know. Does he even care what's around it? Is this enhancing? Well, I mean, not that one. That one does need to be enhanced. Not that one. This one. Not that one. This one. Yeah, this one. Streamlined is just caring about the bleeding enemy damage and the thing, you know. Doesn't care about anything else. And, oh. Sorry. I was trying to amplify the additional bonus there. It has a minimum requirement of, right there, 25 willpower within a radius. I have to go through all this in just a bit. Okay? We'll get back to it in just a bit. Still working on this thing here. Damage reduction while fortified, and damage reduction while fortified. Cool. Keep on going. I have to get these glyphs to 46. I'm going to increase the difficulty by one more. One more level. Now we're at 49. The goal is to get to 55 for Torment 4. I'm going to park it at 54 as I increment myself up, so I can make sure that I'm good to go with my build. Yep, my earthquakes are about to be really powerful. whenever I invest a bunch of levels. Let me pick up this whole area super quickly. Say hello to your friends. Beautiful. That's gonna make the normal outside world in Torment 3 feel pretty easy. This is substantially harder. Torment 3 is basically tier 40 difficulty of the pit, and this right here is tier 49. Explosions. See, if this wasn't like this, I'd be getting a ton of loot. If I was doing the same amount of killing, I'd be getting a ton of resources from all these elites. But instead, we're only focused on trying to unlock new difficulties, getting raw XP, and leveling up my glyphs at the end. And then you get some goodies at the end, but it's not really worth the amount of enemies that you're killing for that amount of loot. You know? But you're also getting obdusite, obols as well. And that starts to add up if you're just knocking out these dungeons back to back. Because it's sort of like you're putting the loot to the side so you don't get over encumbered all the time. I'm trying to level up these things. Let's hurry up. Yeah, I'll do some fine tuning, and I'm sure I'll become like 20% stronger, or some weird thing. Just gotta do this part here. Just gotta do it to it. Is there a world boss coming up or something? John just logged on. John from YouTube, who's commenting here and there. I'm currently speaking with Chris on Facebook and John on YouTube, who speaks in Spanish, but Spanish is pretty easy. You know, it's not that hard to decode Spanish if you know English. You know, but if you speak Japanese, then understanding Spanish might be kind of hard. You know what I mean? But going from English to Spanish is pretty easy. Especially if it's written. If it's spoken, I don't know. My brain can't decode it fast enough to interpret. Until maybe if I heard it quite a bit, if I lived in an area, I could parse the incoming sounds. Speaking of parsing incoming sound effects, the Suno AI music thing got a new upgrade for enhanced control. You could break down the song into individual tracks, sound effects, and so forth. I haven't messed with it. I saw it today when I logged on. So I'll be messing with it later on when I'm too tired to stream. Because I really have to start producing more content for money. 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 So, you know how it's been a long time since the previous season of Stranger Things, and now all the Stranger Things kids are all older, like 20-something? You know? But there's a big time gap between the last season and this current season coming up, and now they're all older. What if they secretly went in to film certain scenes over the past couple of years? That'd be interesting. Because we all think that they haven't started filming it, or, you know, that they waited to a certain point to start filming because they announced that we're filming Stranger Things. But what if they were secretly filming certain scenes here and there? You know? Like certain dialogue scenes over the years. How long has it been? I don't know. It hasn't been that long. But why are they all old? I don't get it. Clearly it's been old. It's been enough time here. A Brawl, Rumble, and Twister. Oh, we're getting so close. Getting so close. Let's do tier 50. I should have just gotten a huge boost just now because I increased that rank of that. Right here, so he now has a big old footprint and now super powerful and yep, 75% more damage while fortified. With a 5% damage increase. Yep. 50. Oh, I'm looking at the time here. Diablo is a game that you can play one-handed. It's nice. For accessibility. Yeah. My eyeballs. My sweet, sweet eyeballs. No. My incense is about to wear off. So forth. This is tier 50. Doing just fine here. And then in the future we got a bunch of master working to do. I have to grind for a whole lot of objects. I'm still hoping for an XP shrine from a dungeon. I don't know if they exist anymore. I don't know if they exist. So now, during this time period, maybe a week or so, maybe 2 weeks, because of the Diablo anniversary, XP bonus 35%, and you get an extra reward cache when turning in at the Tree of Whispers. Or not an extra reward cache, you're guaranteed a bonus cache, or the grand cache. The good kind. Alright. Blam. And bam. Two. Team Bosco. Team Bosco. I'm all about Team Bosco, buddy. What's up with Bosco? I hope you know that I'm all about Bosco. Bosco is the name that I give all of my pets in video games. If I have a horse in a video game, I name him Bosco. You could ask the people here. I'm currently live on Facebook, YouTube, and X, and I always name my stuff Bosco. Just so you know, if I have a pet pig, it's called Bosco. The first pet that, you know, but before it dies, is Bosco the first. Oh yeah. This game is called Diablo 4. Made famous because Elon Musk was cheating. Sort of. Stolen Valor, he had somebody else play for him. He recorded himself playing, getting the best time in the world. I don't like it very much. I like the guy. I don't like that very much. I'm very much anti-cheating. Bosco's a drag queen. Oh my gosh. Goodness gracious. By the way, like I said, I named my pet pig Bosco. So I guess it's pretty appropriate. How funny, the joke tells itself. Hilarious. Oh baby. They've come to get me. Well, yes, everybody. How's it going? I'm that guy that wrote stuff on X, and now you found me. I figured it would happen eventually, you know, because my icon says I'm live, and I'm writing stuff on X that might be kind of controversial, so of course you're going to come interact with me during a live stream, you know? I don't talk about any of that stuff in my live streams there, buddy. Because I'm live on Facebook, YouTube, and X, and Facebook is kind of strict about certain things. You know what I mean? They're kind of strict. As you can see here, I'm nimbly maneuvering through the battlefield. Pretty amazing. I'm trying to level up my glyphs here. In Diablo 4, it's a video game. It's a video game made by people with a dream. The dream. Alright, we're getting close. Getting real close. Oh yeah. How do you feel about AI? I feel like you people don't like it. That makes me happy. For some reason. All this racism.
What's left, you are?
people attacking me because of the color of my skin. You imagine it?
Yeah, have a wee gamble.
That's the only reason why.
Hello, wow. There's something special.
You don't like it? Oh yeah. Bada boom. And here we go. 51. Hey there, Chris. I'm currently being harassed by people on X right now, in case you're wondering what's happening. Numerous people. Because of something I wrote. What race do I identify as? That's a good question. You know? In all seriousness, that's a good question. And the answer is, it completely doesn't matter, and I don't identify as anything, because I don't think identifying as something matters. It's a very tribalistic thing to need to identify as something, because you put yourself in a weird box with assumptions, you know? Like, I belong to this group. No. No. You didn't have to identify it as anything. The whole notion of identifying as something. If you're wearing your personality as your existence, you know? The problem with identifying as something is that you become the identity, you know? And if your identity is questioned, then your self is questioned and you feel like you're dehumanized. There's an immediate sense of dehumanization and of rejection as a being if your identity is not accepted. You know, because that's, you become the identity. And then with that, if you ever hear some, so I hear quite a bit of propaganda through media, namely like Pixar movies in particular, that says don't go with tradition, don't listen to your elders, because they don't know what they're talking about, and be your own thing and go your own way. This is a repeated message of be your own master and choose your own path because you know what's right for you and you are perfect and awesome. And don't listen to anybody else because they're wrong. You know? In the end, all you need is yourself. Look in the mirror, there you are. It was repeated quite a bit, like in Star Wars, where Rey, you know, she looked in the mirror, it's actually herself. Blah, blah, blah. It happened in Turning Red. It happened in so many movies where that's the whole point of it, you know? And the problem with this is, if you tell a person that you only have to listen to yourself, and if you live by an identity, then the identity itself can be manipulated by outside forces by changing the consensus of what the identity means. Through thought leaders that go with the flow, you become a puppet because you're living by your identity. And it becomes sort of a suicidal thing, you know? Where you have to, you feel this need to constantly project the identity to feel valid. Not that you feel dehumanized and you feel worthless. Cycle of anguish and tribal enemies and friends. So if you still even think about any of that, your life is much better. But I don't identify as any race. You know? Yeah. Hey there, Darren. You like Chat GPT? Like if you say I am a hunter versus I am a person that hunts. You know what I mean? What are you? I'm a hunter. I'm a survivalist. No, you are a person that knows how to survive in the woods. And you hunt things. I am a farmer. I am knowledgeable in agriculture and plant crops to consume foodstuffs from time to time. Of course, you have occupation. How about the whole mindset and behavior and psychology and, you know? Well, I expect those people to come back, and that's great. I don't mind a trolley audience on X. I think it's kind of funny. You know? They can see that I'm not a bot. Because there's always a speculation that a person is a bot on X. Like, who are you talking to? Are you just some AI? Well, clearly I'm not AI. But then, give it 10 years and you won't even know any better. There'll be real-time AI avatars for live streams and influencers in real time with video. You won't know any better. And all the fake ones will be way better than the real people. You'll get drowned out in a sea of fake people that are really good. What did I say? The feathered trolls? Oh. Good question. I can't talk about it here. You can find out on X. Follow me on X to find out. Look, I post stuff all the time. It's very entertaining. It's controversial, so I don't talk about it. But I'm very opinionated, okay? To the point of getting at risk of getting in trouble. Coasting on the edge of telling it how it is. And then it is juicy. I'm in constant debates with people. All throughout X. It's awesome. I love it. I can try to show you. But if you do check it out, just check out my profile and then check out the replies column. Okay? Like this. Like this. You see? Click on my thing, and then, you know. I'll just scroll down this page for a second so you can see what's up. And 1 second. Right here. You get the idea. You get the idea. Oh, yeah. I was talking to people. We had some trolls show up from X. From one of those arguments I've been in. Long-term conversations. I'm almost done with this journey here. But the thing that those people were stopping on by, it was probably in reference to the fan casting of Zelda. Something like that. The fan casting of Zelda, the live action movie. I don't think a movie's being made, but people are talking about some stuff. Okay, so now I have to start dedicating a bunch of points around this node here. Namely strength to increase earthquake damage by quite a bit. Well, you might call me a troll. I'm just a good troll. You know what I mean? These guys are bad trolls. That's the difference. And what's the good troll? Well, because I don't think people really know what a troll is. I keep telling people that they're a bad troll because you're giving it away too soon, or you go straight to personal attacks that are completely off the subject. You troll by being right. You know? You troll by being correct. You don't troll by being wrong on purpose and then act and then start gaslighting somebody and then act stupid and then act like you don't know what definitions are, then go down the rabbit hole of getting the person really upset or something because you're lying about what you're saying. I never said that. What are you talking about? Ugh. You know? That is bad. Even though you're distracting someone and taking their attention, so that's kind of trolly, but that's a bad kind of troll. Versus the person that really consumes you because they're right and they're trying to argue with them to the point where they block you. You know? That's the good kind. So you go around and you look for a post and you make the contrarian opinion, even though it's not really contrarian, it's just something that's more obvious to you that's not obvious to other people. You know, usually there's some sort of post on X that they post, that somebody posts, and then they write some sort of description, but the description isn't really an accurate depiction of what's happening, or is leaving out certain factors, or people are completely not paying attention to something in the background the whole time. You know? Or there's some other narrative I want to point at. Usually, if there's some sort of fight video, I'll say something like, usually when a person starts a fight, it's because they are defending their honor. So when you teach people to fight back versus bullies, you only create more fights and more bullies because everyone thinks that they are defending themselves. Whoever starts to fight is because of some disrespect. They say, "What'd you say about me? I heard you talking trash." And they start pushing you in the bathroom. You know, that's how it always starts. In every single one of these videos, there's one person upset at the other person because they found out that they're cheating on somebody, you know, or whatever. You're talking trash, and the person has to defend themselves. They don't want to be abused. I'm tired of being abused and being... So they start the fight. You know? And usually this is a true opinion, you see? You can't fight this logic. Teaching people to fight back versus bullies. The concept of bully is subjective, and it's anyone that hurts you in any way or disrespects you, and you're standing up for yourself. Teach your kids to stand up for themselves, and they'll be a bully in no time. You know? And usually this is like the opposite opinion that people have. And they start calling me weak or something like that. They're attacking me. And I come back with more logic on them. You know? mind you, I didn't say who was right or wrong in the video. I'm not defending anybody in the video. What, you think that person deserved to get hit? Say, no. I said everybody's wrong. You know? I don't even care what's happening in the video. I see a fight scene, and I talk about the fighting. And people think I'm really invested on the core subject matter, like I'm taking a side, and that's where they're wrong. They start to assume my position, and they're wrong. Usually. I don't like when people exaggerate, when people make up extra details that don't exist, and I'll go out of my way to say there's no indication that so-and-so said XYZ. Clearly, it's because she knocked his hat off of his head. As you can see in this frame right here, and I'll take a screenshot of the frame that shows that the person knocked the hat off the head first, and that's why it happened. It's not because... I do like a frame-by-frame analysis, and I'll give them a screenshot of the thing in question. You know? But I don't do that on Facebook. Because I'm trying to keep it kind of separate in terms of who I am and what I think about. I never really post anything about this. Whatever. Plus, I sort of know people on Facebook, I think, from my life. So. See, on X, I'm just Gooboberti. You know, but on Facebook, I'm Gooboberti and my real name. You know what I mean? And I've had that account since, well, when I was in the army. Exactly. Exactly. The polar opposite of a troll is an elf. Right? According to Tolkien. And my purpose is to make them think and break out of their little bubble, you know? That's my only purpose, is to make a person actually think about something without just reacting and just going with the flow. Because maybe they'll snap out of it and then start thinking about other things. That's all it is. So you realize that you really are just parroting things without really thinking. And I don't do personal attacks. The most I'll do is call somebody genius sarcastically. Or mastermind of the universe. Or something like that. Because they're trying to call me an idiot, and they're being very insulting and using bad words in the process, but they are completely wrong. And it's really obvious. And it's humorously obvious how wrong they are. Where if anybody else saw this from outside their little echo chamber, it'd be really obvious. You know? And then people do see it, and they comment on this stuff, and all of a sudden, they get in an argument. Somebody else will come into my little argument and realize how wrong somebody is, and then start... They'll take it for a bit, and then I'll start inserting, and it's very, very entertaining. Oh dear Brainiac. Lend me your ways of insight. Okay, we're getting deeper in this thing. Okay, we're getting closer. See these offense. Now I just need these two right here. And yep. Yep. We're on the last. Okay, this should be the last push. Almost, like 2 more levels. I have about an hour left in the stream, everybody. Everybody, yeah. Sometimes on X or something, you know, I'll take some concept and run with it. Where I'll say, well, that's my stance now, and I gotta push it. I really gotta hammer this point in, and I'll make an effort to really hammer some weird point in on different threads to really reiterate some, and I'll repeat it, some weird phrase. I'm not gonna repeat the thing I'm currently saying. It's kind of weird and terrible. So. I can't say it. Hello. Hey, Sarah. I also like the concept because I had this software here for streaming, and I could easily do a screen capture of a clip from a news video. So if I ever want to verify something or prove something, I can make my own quick clip by pulling up YouTube and then sampling something from a news station, you know? And then give the reference. But I'm giving you the actual clip of the thing in question versus giving you a link and say, look at this timestamp. No one's gonna like do that. But if I give you an 8-second looping clip with the link attached to the source video, you know, to show the exact thing I'm talking about, there's no denial. Plus, it's very catchy on X. Like, it's eye-catching. If you have some extra clip, then people end up sharing a clip, in theory, if you make a clip. That's the goal, at least. Like earlier, somebody asked me in this stream, what race do I identify as, and I gave the correct answer. There's no denying that. The answer you don't want to hear. That breaks down everything. Like if you say, I am a fisherman, like my father before me, and my grandfather before, I am a fisherman, it runs in my blood. If all of a sudden they say, yeah, we're banning fishing now, you might feel sort of distressed about it. But if you don't define yourself by what you do and how you behave with like a label, then you can't be attached to some external concept that is mutable or, you know, volatile, influenceable, as I said earlier. Especially with group dynamics, there's this societal construct defining certain concepts of what it means to be a hunter or a farmer or a fisherman or a jock or something, or a nerd or a geek or a video game dude or gamer or whatever the heck it is. Now, I did choose on purpose to label myself a gamer, but it's almost ironic, and it's a critique on the whole idea of identifying as something. Because I wrote human adult male gamer as my identifier. The gamer thing, because much of my whole purpose while streaming is to prove some point, and that point is about like the value of trying and not cheating in video games, you know. And gamer extends beyond like video games, it's like the game of life, systems. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm trying to redefine what it means to be gamer, and not just the other version of gamer, which is find the most efficient route to beat something without even trying. Like the soulless version of gamer, the 80% kind of gamer. I'm talking about like game theory gamer, like the Beautiful Mind Russell Crowe version of gamer. You know what I mean? And the fact that I wrote human as opposed to something else, I'm pretty sure I don't have any artificial parts in me. Maybe I have some stitches or somewhere. I might have a stitch. Maybe, fillings. I have fillings. Alright? So I'm not completely human. Oh no! It says here you're human, but you have titanium dioxide in your mouth. I am of the warrior race. I have served, my father has served. Yeah, exactly. That whole thing. It's nice to feel like you belong to something and to identify. It's a nice, cozy feeling. I think it's like it's a feeling of you know. I think it's the feeling of being attached to some group consciousness. I mean, there's like a group, vague sense that you're connected to some group of people that like something. Like the same thing exists for like being the part of a fan base for some media product. Same thing. If you say that I really like Marvel movies and I can't wait for the next Marvel movie, and you see the new trailer, it was really awesome. It was so crazy, I lost my mind when so and so happened. Well, that means that's part of you. Just like how you feel bad if all of a sudden the show ends in a bad way, like you feel bad, like part of you is being damaged because you are identifying as a fan of that thing because you like it. Oh, you like something now, Maybe this is why the Jedis don't like things. Be careful, don't like that too much. I love this blueberry ice cream. Anakin, I warned you about liking things. Oh, here we go. Look at me go. I did it! It doesn't matter what comes, people. And now it's time to rock that roll. So much more powerful. And now one more dungeon at 54. And then we gotta pump those brakes and downshift. Because 55 is Torment 4. And like I said, I wanted to park right here. And it's perfect timing, actually. Everything's working out. You know? All my glyphs are now 46. And improved And now I have to move some points over to populate some of those nodes. The Twister and Earthquake nodes need a bunch of points around them, so I have to do some trimming. But I have to do a lot of trimming right now with my Paragon board and some other stuff. So right out of this dungeon, I'll take a quick break. I'll do a bunch of shifting around with my Paragon board. Okay. And then my next main task is going to be to farm for a bunch of obdusites and levels. So I might do the Horde again. And of course I have to do a bunch of boss fights to farm for mythics eventually, because I need the Harlequin's Crest or the Shroud of False Death or Grandfather or Doombringer. And then all my gear is going to be replaced with 2-star greater affix lines or items, and then I'll be using all my extra obducite at that point to level up those items. I'll get way stronger, and I'll make sure that my resistances are set. I won't know for sure until I unlock Torment 4 and I look at how my resistances are, so I could fine tune. But I feel like I can deal with a bit more damage here. But I will be dipping back down to Torment 3 to do some farming. And Torment 3 is going to feel really easy now. Torment 3 is going to feel really easy. And I will probably be adding Upheaval or Death Blow by swapping out my two-handed mace maybe. But then a bunch of stuff will have to be swapped out. But it'll work out in the end. I might take off Warcry. Yeah, I might take off Warcry, and swap out one of my aspects so I have reduced cooldown for my shouts if I use a shout around enemies. Then I can do it back to back, and my shout helps to reset my other abilities. Yeah, man. Yep. And as I level up my glyphs, I'll get even stronger. So the future power will come in fine-tuning everything. Okay? Making sure that I have the minimum amount of, or the maximum and minimum amount of resistances. Meaning I don't want to go overboard at Torment 4. Where all the numbers are green, where I'm not stacked too high in any direction, and make sure that my stats are exactly where they need to be to activate all my nodes, and then I could shift some points around and get stronger. And then of course we have the replacing gear, and then master working to focus on one stat line or another to really give myself a big boost. You know, and then leveling up the glyphs in general. There's a lot of power in leveling up the glyphs beyond 46, because every level beyond 46 increases that legendary effect by like 0.1% or something like that, or 1%, and it adds up. Yeah, man. This boss fight's gonna take a while, I can tell. Let me gather more. We keep moving. Yep. Right now I'm drinking the Fortify potion. I can swap that out for the critical damage potion. And whenever I get my stats right, I can move the runes out of my weapons and put them back in my armor. And then I'm going to use the critical damage gems, emeralds in my gear. Lethal Shrine, oh yeah. Bada boom. Let me go all the way over here, gather up all these dudes for a second. And beautiful. Boom. Well, hello, nurse. And boom. Lamb. Sweet. This is 54. As you can see, I have to make some adjustments before I pick it up a notch, because I'll be dying. I'll be ending the stream afterwards once I make these final adjustments. Some great progress. Spin around for a second. Right there. Yep, it's slow but doable. I'm not dying. I'm getting a free barrier every time I gain Fortify. Gotta make sure there's a numerous earthquakes out. And I might swap out one of my Paragon boards as well. I'll make sure that I have all the lifts I need. I probably do. But there might be one thing I want to swap out. We'll see. We'll see. Once I arrange all my stats and see where I'm sitting, everything's going to change once I get that Shroud of False Death chest or the Harlequin's crest or the Grandfather, because you know I'll be losing a bunch of stats and gaining a bunch of stats, a bunch of fine-tuning with these legendary items I'm currently using to swap them out for uniques or mythics. I lose defense quite often, or I lose some core stats or whatever, or some specific amplification like whirlwind size or chance to spawn extra dust devils and stuff like that. So Marshall, oh. Yes, sir. Alright, well that's nice, everybody. Downside of here, and now I'll do some fine tuning, and then end the stream.
I've been starting from nothing.
Alright, everybody.
Hello? Oh, too bad, Fred. Finished, are you?
Yeah. Alright, everybody. I'll be right back. In just a second or two. Okay. A lot of strength. Almost 3,000. That's crazy. Where'd that come from? I don't even know. I'll be right back. Oh, yeah. Hello. Alright, so. Step 1. Step 1, I'm going to pull back some defense for a second. Okay. Pull back a bit of defense. And there, that was damage reduction. And I'll pull back this extra resistance here. And I'm going to make sure that we have full population for these nodes. This right here requires strength. Better do some sacrifices here for a second. Strength. So much more. Look at all these points that are invested, you see? A lot, I know. A lot, I know. And... okay. Sure. Yep. And... make sure we have everything. Yep. Yep, that's about right. There it is. That's 2. And now we have the other one, which is Rumble or something. Or Twister. Right here. So we have to get strength around the area for my dust devil damage. A whole lot of it. And I'll make some sacrifices. I'll get this raw damage out of here and focused on other stuff here. Raw, attack speed. Attack speed.
My demons are quiet here. Mostly.
Too quiet. Alright, and doing some fine tuning here. You need strength, but not willpower. Do some cutting and adjusting, if possible. This is willpower, so you don't really need to exist, but you sort of do because there's nowhere to connect over here. And that's all good. All good. There. Over here, damage reduction while fortified. Clean that up a bit. And I want that damage while fortified and healthy for sure. Okay, and then I want that earthquake damage. All good to go. So, Twister strength. Some of these are off the beaten path. A big cluster over here. Oh, yeah. Look at that cluster. I can trim back something. Strength. Welcome. You've got Goob. That reference is getting really old, isn't it? You know, back from 1993. I saw a video of Kai Cenat when it was 2009. Man, these people are so young. Like 8 years old or something. Oh man, I gotta cut back a couple things. There's so much precious stuff here. Precious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Over here. I feel like there's too much going on right here. There's no other way to connect. Damage to close enemies. 12%. I guess I gotta level up, huh? I'm trying to make some sacrifices here, okay? Fine, I'll make... That's a big chunk of a sacrifice. I'm making the sacrifice, baby. I'm doing it. Now what do we got? Boom. Let's make more sacrifices. I can cut off the fringy nodes of these, ugh. 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 You could even imagine. Ugh. Alright. Done. I'm not going to go for that one. Alright, that's all done. So that is all done and secure. Now, from this point forward, all my extra levels will be spent enhancing these nodes I trimmed back from. Right here and there and here, you see. This is health right there. You know. This is all done. This right here is all done. This right here is done up to the right there. Some fluffy edges. This node over here is health. This down here is damage resistance. You know. This right here is damage reduction from bleeding enemies. Pretty good. It's pretty close by. And we have a bit more bleeding damage, a bit more berserk damage. You know. Left in store. Then very specifically, lightning resistance and resist all. And Fury Unkill. And way over here we have this legendary node to dig toward. Swapping weapons grants maximum fury. I deal increased damage to injured and healthy targets. In theory. And now with my incense still active. I'm from a time when we had America's Funniest Home Videos on television once a week, and it was the best time. Right? Before YouTube, there was America's Funniest Home Videos with Bob Saget. If you think about it, right? And people would like submit their videos and hope to be chosen. They get like a lot of money. They show up. That weird funny thing that happened on your video? Tell us all about it. I was in the backyard with my lawnmower and... There probably is still an America's Funniest Home Video show. You know? Some version of it, which is just YouTube videos. You know? Anyways, here are my resistances. We have resist all. We don't know for sure. So, look at my gear. Tale as old as time, song as old as rhyme.
More than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Sort of want you, pal. Do I? Let me take off this and check out my armor. Oh my gosh, that armor is so important. Oh no. Damage, a big chunk of strength, and armor. It's just too good. Let me remove all of these gems. This is all I'm doing left in the stream in the last half an hour, so I have to kind of hurry up here.
Fashion this into something.
Now, look, my resistances are still fine. That's amazing. Oh, I know why. It's because I'm wearing these stupid pants. I'm wearing these super duper resistance pants, which is normally what I would wear in a harder, difficult territory, but this is what's helped me out quite a bit. I'm getting 63% resist all. And I won't know what I really need until I enter the next difficulty. That's fine there. I'm gonna be okay with my resistances. I don't gotta worry about it. Okay? Don't gotta worry about it. I'll just, you know, put whatever. And, let me see if I can craft anything. Amulet. Well, what ring is it? It's the ruby. I have 101. I need 49,000 or something. $267. How much do I have? I'm trying to look at my gems here. 24. Oh, that's nothing. Nothing. Can't do it yet. Okay. And
Beware the envious, my friend.
let me dump all this stuff out here. I'm sure I'll figure out something. So now, I will next remove these stats just to see where we're sitting with my stats.
Here you are.
You know? Now let me look at my stats. I'm at 476, 467. Now what do I need? I need 500 of something. For something. I need 490 willpower. 490 dexterity. 530 dexterity. And 490 willpower. Okay. Well, this is strength. Let me let me start by adding the
There is power in these stones.
incense to give me all the stats. Now, my build's going to change quite a bit once I get these mythic items because it'll give me all stats. All right. All stats.
Excellent. Well.
So now, all stats. And resist all. And health.
Potent portables. What needs of you?
Or I'm trying to have over 10,000 here. And there it is. Okay. And right there with the life, my potion wore off, and now we have 9.4 thousand. Okay. Now that's all done. Look at my stats. I need 530 dexterity, right, and 490 willpower. Well, my willpower is now 536. You know, so I just need dexterity, and not even much more than one. Ooh, that means I don't even have to use gems, because I just have to buy one of these nodes over here. That is just without anything. Yeah. I'll buy something somewhere. Be careful to go for the dexterity route when I have a different choice between A and B. Go dexterity. So here's dexterity. The little sword icon. And I could just trim back something. Pow. I'll sacrifice 10 damage. And now, yep, 536, 532 without that. So check this out, buddy. I'm doing the thing I was telling you I was going to do. So now I'm able to pull the runes from my weapon that I should have read first, you know, and I'll put that into my armor. And then I can put rubies into my gear over there. I'll add myself more critical strike damage, pick up my stats, and we're at 815 and 261. Or 9. So be it. Now for my helmet, we'll add some rubies. Ooh, a grand ruby. Let's go. 60 strength. Yum yum.
If I cannot be in the wilderness, this will do.
Plus 100 strength. 3000 strength. Perfect resistances. Now we're at 815 and 261. Whatever. Some good changes there. Boom, boom, boom. And a boom, boom. And now I'll save the build and I'll check out my master working if I could.
See some steel you need?
Okay, I was trying to see how much I had. And now we're here. And I'll knock out this apparition incursion. So I should be substantially stronger and yet weaker because I cut back on all those nodes. I need about like 10, 12 levels to make up for what I just lost for all that shifting. I gotta fill back in the gaps, but I pushed out to these positions I want permanently fixed to activate certain things. Never good with my stats and everything, you know what I mean? That's the secret. Make sure you have the correct stat distribution to activate your rare nodes. Now I need more gems. Come on. Got 30 seconds. I want to prioritize elites because of the potential gem fragments that they have. Alright. Alright, so I'll be doing this for a little bit, you know. The player nearby.
Your efforts are for naught, mortals. This realm is mine, and
Oh yeah.
I shape it as I wish.
I'll check on my aspects again. But right now I need a bunch of levels and materials. There it goes. There it is. Now it's time for the boss. $210 Paragon.
This stops nothing. You solve nothing.
Sweet. And there it is. Very nice. All this extra attacking, baby. Very good. And I'll check out my aspects like I said. That shout thing with the cooldown, I'll see if I have that. And eyeball right now. Got this greater illusion over here. Woohoo! 6 seconds. 3, 2, 1, and go. There it is. Awesome. Ooh, I see a druid nearby. All this earth action.
Your insolence is at an end.
Yay. And right here, another dude here. I have a lot of boss rounds to do, so I'll be doing that when I come back. Alright, very nice. I leveled up. Come on. Back when I was growing up, the whole idea of having a supercomputer that fits in your hand was completely futuristic science fiction, a dream come true. And now it's better than I would have imagined, because I wasn't picturing the amount of media that we would have through the internet. You know? I wasn't even thinking about what you would do with it. Besides just access to vague information. Just imagine. And I wasn't imagining big enough, because reality is better. Awesome. Or something. In theory.
How shall I guide my hammer?
Okay, we're back, and now I want to check out my aspects. Ah, there it is. Your shout, flimflam, is reduced by whatever percent based upon the guys nearby. That vampiric curse really is it's sort of a waste, you know. There's other ways to get the same effect. But I'm currently using the Earthquake rune and the Shout rune, and I sort of need both of that. You know, I'll have to make a sacrifice here and there. Right now I'm trying to contemplate, but what to swap out here. Only so many slots are available. I wanted this thing to reduce the cooldown of my shouts based upon nearby enemies. It's very effective when you use it. You know, if you use it in a dense cluster, it almost resets based upon how much time is left remaining. because my shouts reset my other cooldowns, it's pretty effective for maintaining the flow. Because there is sort of a cooldown delay going on with my build. And I was trying to contemplate, do I move these aspects from one of these 3 items right here to one of my lower items down here if they could swap that position. Because some of these aspects are gear slot oriented. Like these resource things only go on the rings and amulet, the jewelry, and the offense goes on the ring and amulet, jewelry, and glove, you know. So I can swap something out from like the ring to the glove or whatever. Right now my shouts are creating dust devils, and my dust devils are bigger and deal increased damage for every 1% that their size is increased, and I have the size being increased through the Paragon board. So yeah, right. And then over here ground stomp creates an earthquake, and but in general, while standing in earthquakes, I deal more damage, and for a bit afterward, and I deal just flat more. My earthquakes deal more damage, and I do a ground stomp whenever I get the 3rd passive from the Walking Arsenal key passive, and then I deal more damage while I have a barrier active. A flat 23% damage increase up to 30%, and I could swap that up because it's kind of basic. You know, whirlwinds leave behind dust devils, and enemies hit by dust devils take 25% increased damage from all other sources. So that's pretty important. It's cool that the whirlwind leaves behind dust devils, but the fact that the dust devils then increase damage from all other sources is also very important. And over here, my overpowers will spawn an earthquake every 4 seconds that deals a bunch of damage, and my earthquake damage is increased by 5% for every 100 strength I have, up to 200%. I'm currently up to 155 with 3,136 strength. You know, so I'm using it more for the fact that it's boosting my overall earthquake damage. You know? Then the charge summons ancients to also charge. That effect that you see that's pushing all the enemies around. I could remove it, but it's a whole different feeling. Then here we have the Vampiric Curse. It's good and all, but I'm only using it to apply the vulnerable effect to the enemy. Different ways of doing this, you know. And, like this right here. This is a modifier where after casting a basic skill at maximum resource, spends it all, make all nearby enemies vulnerable. Activate boss power grants increased vulnerable damage. You see. And I have it where the you know, I'll swap it out right now. Why? Because I was using this other effect for the previous build sort of thing where I was using different pants to give myself a barrier if I healed over 100%. So I was trying to increase my healing from different sources. So right here I had Lord Zir's blood pool, which would give me health over 3 seconds every time I activated my main boss power. But in this case, it doesn't really apply. Okay, so I'll swap that out for this right here. We'll see. We'll see. We will surely see, won't we? Yes. Yes. I don't know. I don't know. Let me see here. I'm going to take off Vampiric Curse and put on the Bold Chieftain Flimflam. And let's see how that feels right now. I don't have much time left in this stream. Just trying to fine tune some final things. So we're trying to see how often this vulnerable effect kicks in and whatnot. I could also swap out one of my skills for something that applies vulnerable. Let me start down here and work my way up, filling back in all this damage, because I did lose a bunch of damage. That's only when I have full fury. Okay, it's working. Alright, that works. Yep, it's working. Alright. Yep. Then I reset it. Oh yes, it's working. Hey, congratulations everybody. Isn't that cool? That's awesome. And then I found a way to give myself a big old chunk of extra vulnerable damage too. I always feel weird using Vampiric Curse. Like it's a shortcut to get vulnerability. Oh, it's really working. My gosh. All the enemies are becoming vulnerable. Yay! And I'm doing 30% more. And I found a reason to give myself the cooldown reduction on all my skills through the shouts. Like this. Alright, that's good. I'm just going to open up one box. I also might swap out my main power. We'll see. Right now I still like these crystals, but the crystals aren't always active. Like right there, they popped up after I killed everybody. Let me see here. Let me put that on while I think. While I think, I'll just put that on. Put that on for a second. I'm gonna use different versions for a second. Oh, I didn't do it? 1 second. Now I'm encouraged to use my stuff around enemies. Oh, this is great. That's such a great change. Well, I'm not talking about the lightning. The lightning's pretty cool, though. I was sort of relying on my crystals to kill the big things. Pretty good though. It's pretty good. Really hurting him. That lightning's doing a lot of damage. Yep. The lightning comes in whenever I use a channeled skill. Mission complete. Okay, let me just open up a box right there. I'm just gonna open up this one box and leave. And then turn the Tree of Whispers. Let me try something else. Oh, let's try this weird taunting crystal. Whenever I cast a defensive skill, so because the cooldown is going to be reduced, I don't like it though. I don't like it. It's kind of working. This taunting crystal. Kind of working. I'm heading to the mystery box. Let's try a different one out. Beast and Ice. Pretty nice. That's helping. You know. If they're frozen, they can't hurt me. It would be nice if that made him vulnerable too. Does it make him vulnerable? Oh my gosh. Nope, it freezes him. Wow. Wow. Well, that's pretty effective. And let me swap. But I like that one. Very good. Blood pool. After I damage an enemy, create a pool of blood that deals bleeding damage. Yeah. That's nice. Those blood pools are pretty large. If I had that kind of build though. Yeah. Okay. Try a different one. How about the Varshan Lifesteal? Nah. Let's try the Poison Breath. Nah. Let's try the Chest Beam. Is it maxed out? Nope. Is that actually doing anything? Frostbite damage. Oh, they take increased damage. They take 50% increased damage from me? Oh my gosh. Oh, that's good. Please. So you get him with the beam and you mess him up. Just gonna open up this final box over here. Oh, not that. Right over here. And the stream is over. Made some great changes here. Those guys are getting melted down there. Pretty awesome. I do feel the damage increase as I put this beam on these enemies. Alright, goodbye. Whoa. Cool. Fine-tuned it quite a bit. I raised my glyphs up to 46. Got up to 54 in the pit. And fine-tuned some stuff with my build. And moved some gems around and got my perks perfect. You know? Leveled up to 210. Whoa, look. Whoa, it's a 2-star. And it has a vulnerable dam. Oh my gosh. Oh my god! Sorry. It's good. I'll be losing 100 critical damage, but gaining vulnerable damage. Like I said, I want those numbers to be similar to each other. But that's a great way to end a stream there with that item. And thank you all for watching. And thank you so much, everybody, especially those that donated the flimflams, you know. Sam, thank you so much for your generous contribution to the flims. A bunch of stars earlier. There it is. I thought I destroyed it. Okay, everybody. Gonna wrap this up right here, and
What's left, you ask?
right there. Let me just clean this up for a second. Overpower, health is good, armor, critical strike, chance and damage, maybe. I'm trying to keep my health above a certain point here. Around 10,000 for now, but then once it gets closer I can fine tune again. All these boss summoning parts and all these keys here. It's all fine. Yes, yes, yes. Do some final repairs and good. No more levels. Level 210. It's raw 31,000 attack power. More than what I need for armor. Resistances are still fine. And things are okay. Critical strike damage 815. Vulnerable is 269. That new weapon I'll be using when I get back, so I'll be, you know, down to 700 something. Critical strike, and then up to like 400 something. Vulnerable. It'll be a bit better. And then I'll be leveling up. And all of that. Yep. So goodbye, everybody. Catch you later. Like and subscribe.